gals, and guys. Welcome to episode 46 of the Retro Movie Love podcast. My name is Michael Ferrari of Cinema de Meep. Welcome to the show. So with me today, I have a very special guest, my good pal, Daniel Archer. Say hello, Daniel.
Hi.
Hey. So Daniel, why are we talking about Friday the 13th movies today? Let's talk a little bit about you. It's all about you today.
Hi. Yeah, well, I'm calling you from France. I live in France. Originally from Southern California. I grew up in Orange County in the 1980s, which was a very cool place to grow up. I had a great childhood. And it's funny because now when I watch 80s movies like Valley Girl and Fast Times at Ridgemont High, it's kind of like watching a home movie. Like I remember people actually dressing like that and talking like that. And yeah, it was just a good time to be in Southern California. I eventually went to San Francisco, and I was an English professor in San Francisco for 10 years. And I taught literature courses, and for a long time I taught a class on monsters. And the whole focus of the class was on monsters and film and literature and art. And it was probably, I taught a lot of classes, but that was by far the most fun. And I never got to work a Friday the 13th into my curriculum. I couldn't figure out the right academic approach to talking about Jason.
Jason 101.
But I'm sure if I had thought more about it, I probably could have come up with something. But I don't live in San Francisco anymore. I got married. My husband is French, and we decided to move to France, and here I am.
That's pretty awesome. Of course, I have fantasies of moving to France or Italy or somewhere like that, and I'm kind of jealous that you get to live the Southern California life, and then to live in France. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I made some interesting choices. France is great. I have to say though, it's such a funny thing. I mean, France is a really diverse country, but all the time, people, my friends, they'll ask me, "How's Paris?" And I'll be like, "I don't know. I don't live in Paris." There's this kind of like funny thing where I think a lot of people just assume Paris is France.
Right.
But I don't live there. I live sort of up in the eastern part near the border of Germany, Luxembourg, and Belgium. And I'm very excited. This summer we're moving to Nice. So I'll get to see palm trees again and the sea. And it's cool.
Palm trees, just like a Halloween movie or or a lot of horror movies, you'll see a palm tree or eucalyptus trees in the background.
Yes, I know. Illinois has lots of palm trees apparently.
So yes, we're going to do Friday the 13th movies today because we are huge fans of the franchise.
We definitely are.
I feel like we almost exclusively talk about them to each other.
It's true.
Our conversations usually revolve around a Friday the 13th movie of some kind.
And fashion.
And fashions, definitely.
And fashions of Friday the 13th, yes.
So you will hear... Okay, guys, this podcast will be about the Friday the 13th movies, but don't expect us to go into the plots of these movies, because obviously they're all the same basic plot.
It's true.
And you will probably hear the same usual things about these movies. We'll talk about what interests us personally about the Friday the 13th movies, and I don't like to just go into too much about what you already know. I actually revisited the Crystal Lake Memories documentary. I have the book, and if you really want to learn all the ins and outs of the Friday movies, that's definitely the best place to go.
I don't know that I can add any more insights that book and the documentary already haven't covered. But yeah, I can talk about the fashion and the hair and stuff like that.
I know, when talking about like franchise movies, like they're so popular, so many people. It's a shared experience that we all have with these movies that happen to be super popular. and known by many, and especially in the culture and in many places, parts of the world. I mean, they'll know Jason, they'll know Freddy, they'll know Michael Myers. So talking about them on a general level seems to be kind of pointless. So we'll talk about
that's true. Actually, I have to tell you, I watched Jason Lives in French, which is under the title Vendredi 13. And it's hysterical. It's really funny to watch like Paula and Sissy speaking in French. It kind of classes up the movie a little bit. But yes, Jason is huge in France too.
Now I want to learn French just so I could watch Friday the 13th Part 6 in French. I'll have to work on that. I'll have to work on that. All I know a few words in Italian. That's about it. So, okay, so let's talk about our recently seen, as usual on the show, and what have you been watching recently?
Oh man, it might be better to talk about what I haven't been watching. This has been I mean, let me just say first off, watching movies and where I live, it's always kind of a bizarre experience because first I have to find the movie in English, and the French are obsessed with dubbing films, which drives me crazy. I don't want to hear The Rock open his mouth and start speaking French. That's just not The Rock. But unfortunately, a lot of movies are like that here, and I tend to avoid them. But and then the other thing too is that we get weird release dates. Mm-hmm. So like A Quiet Place, which probably seems like this ancient relic in the U.S., like this movie that came out 1 million years ago. It's the hot new movie right now, and so we just saw A Quiet Place, and mm-hmm. I really liked it. I thought it was really good, actually. I loved it. It was genuinely creepy, and I thought it was really suspenseful, and I want sequels. I want to know I want more. I want to know more about this family.
I mean, that's always good if you want sequels. I mean, that's usually a successful horror movie when you crave continuation of some kind, even if, characters die off. I actually watched it as well. And
did you like it?
I ended up really liking it. I was surprised that I liked it as much as I did. I avoided seeing it in a theater, so I watched it at home because I kept hearing all these horror stories about people seeing it in a theater, and then like hearing Avengers Next Door because it's such a quiet movie, obviously. So I'm like, I can't do that. I have, I can't get to the movies all the time anyway, so I've watched it at home, and I did, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really well done and surprisingly effective by a director who is an actor, was famous for being an actor on a sitcom. I think this is a pretty good horror movie.
I loved it. Yeah, I saw that. We just saw Love, Simon, and God, this movie, man, I loved this movie. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's the best movie I've seen all year. I just really, really loved it. And it's so funny. I was thinking, when I was a kid, part of me was a little jealous. Like, as a gay high schooler, I would have loved to have seen a movie like Love, Simon. I mean, as it was, I grew, I had my gay movies. I had like John Waters, which isn't a bad gay icon to have.
Not at all.
But Love, Simon was so sweet, and I really connected with the character, and I thought the story was so well told. And in fact, it's funny, I've been seeing a lot of movies recently, a lot of really good gay-themed movies. We watched God's Own Country. We've seen a few. Oh, Moonlight. Is that what that's called? Moonlight?
Moonlight,
yeah. Yeah, there are all of these movies coming out, right? Which makes me really optimistic for the future of gay cinema, because I've seen a lot also in recent years that aren't so great. But
sure.
Have you seen Love, Simon?
I saw Love, Simon, and I think that's, as of now, so far, it's my favorite movie of this year.
Oh, okay.
It's like a very well-made studio movie, so it's definitely slick and glossy like a studio, like any average studio movie is, but that's kind of what I love about it too. I like to see those kinds of movies, and I think the story was pretty compelling, and I think the actors all did a really great job. I just really wanted to. It was sort of fashioned like a mystery. Like you have to find out who this character kind of is that he's communicating with that he doesn't know. And so it's kind of fashioned a little bit like a mystery, and I like that part of it. It keeps the story going, and you keeps your interest going. And I just happened to really, really connect with the movie, and I just loved it.
Yeah.
So I'm
happy. I was trying to remember like gay teen movies that I might have seen when I was growing up, and there aren't too many. Actually, I talked with Ben Shearer about this. Mm-hmm. He reminded me there was Torch Song Trilogy with Matthew Broderick, who I guess was like teenish in that movie. Right. But there weren't too many, and so I'm happy to see that millennials have their gay teen icons. That's great.
And there's another gay teen movie that I watched. Actually, it's on Netflix. Here in the U.S., it's called Alex Strangelove.
Oh yeah, is that good? It's here too.
I wasn't sure because it seems like a silly version of Love, Simon, and it actually is, but it's deceptively silly. There's a lot of silly moments. There's like the friend character who does like really stupid things, like gets really high and throws up like gummy bears, and there's a lot of those kinds of like 80s movie antics that you would find in those movies. In a modern setting, but it actually has a lot more heart than you think it would. So I actually ended up really liking it.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
And it's kind of almost the same story as Love, Simon. It's about a kid who's basically coming to terms with his own sexuality and then admitting it to himself and then to others. But it's definitely more. It feels more of like the 80s kind of comedy version of it, whereas the other one is more of the studio family drama aspect of it. So I actually really like both movies.
Okay.
So it's nice, and it's really nice and refreshing to have these stories now, and for teenagers to watch. And it's very R-rated. It was my other point I wanted to make, which I liked. And it's not because you can do movies on Netflix for teenagers, easy for them to access, and they don't get turned away at the door when you go see them in the theater. I like that aspect too, because teenagers do want to watch movies where they're behaving badly in an R-rated way, and where kids can like use the F word and we're not worried about it like being R-rated or X-rated and drink and smoke and all that stuff. So I like what Netflix is doing with that sort of thing, too.
I definitely have to see this movie. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it.
Anything else?
Well, the last one, I guess, recently that I saw was Tully, which might be my second favorite movie of the year. Mm-hmm. And there was so much about this movie that I just thought Charlize Theron was great. I think she's great in everything. And that was a really interesting movie to watch, I have to say, with like a French audience, because I think have you seen Tully?
I did, yes. I really liked it.
Yeah, I think maybe they're like one of the clearest distinctions between like the French mentality and the American mentality are attitudes about parenting and raising children. It's very different here. Mm-hmm. And that movie to me just seems so distinctly American. And I was wondering, I couldn't imagine how French people were watching this movie, probably a little bit confused about, Tully's conflicting emotions and all of that kind of stuff. And the other great thing about Tully, I have to say, is that there's a scene in this movie where she's watching Ladies and Gentlemen, the Fabulous Stains. Mm-hmm. And I am obsessed with this movie right now. I have watched it 3 times in the past month because it's playing on Paramount channel here. And I don't know, I had never seen this movie before. I had only seen clips when I was a kid.
It was impossible to find growing up. Yeah, it wasn't on VHS, and it didn't get a DVD release till a lot later on.
Yeah, it's true. I remember, I think it was playing on cable in Southern California back then. There was like one station that might have been showing it.
Right.
But, oh my God, everything about this movie, I just love it so much. I love that, there's this awesome early 80s movie about like rock chicks trying to make it in this man's world. And it's also, in this weird way, a kind of parody of MTV fame and, rock culture in general. And there's so many great scenes, and the music. I love the music. So that's that.
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
I really like that movie. I actually bought the DVD not like a couple of months back because I for some reason thought I owned it. I remember getting it through my distributor at the time when I was working at Kim's as a buyer. I remember him giving me a copy of it, but for some reason it wasn't in my collection, so I had to rebuy it. But I got a good deal on it. It's kind of pricey, I know. If you got to kind of look for a copy. So yeah, I got lucky, found a copy, and I immediately watched it and had fun watching it.
Are there any extras on that DVD?
Yeah, there's a commentary with both Laura Dern and Diane Lane.
Oh, cool!
Which is fun to hear them reminisce about making that movie.
Yeah, I've been following them on Instagram, and I'm so excited. I'm happy to see that they're still friends.
Yeah, they seem pretty close too, which is nice.
Yeah.
So I went going into what I've seen. I'll go through it quickly. Hereditary. Do you guys have that there yet?
Nope. Again, I'm so frustrated. Like, all I want to do is see Hereditary and Book Club, and then my life would be complete, but I can't. So, tell me about her.
One of those two I really liked. The other one, not so much. Can you guess which one?
I bet you liked Book Club.
I did. I enjoyed Book Club for sure. Hereditary, not so much. I'm not going to go into too much why not, because I don't want to spoil the fun for you, but there are people who definitely love this movie, and I'm just not one of them. I just did not connect to the story as much as I wanted to. I feel like it takes some turns that I really didn't like, and I just thought it was a little... I just think it's pretty overrated, but that's just my point of view. I feel
How's Toni Collette?
Toni Collette is great as always. She's Toni Collette. I don't think the material serves her the best like it has in other roles. I mean, she's basically hysterical for a lot of it, and I understand why, and I think she's good at doing that. But she does keep a sense of humor intact, which I like, because she's such a great actress, so she can manage to play these things on different levels, and so I love watching her in general. So she was the big sell for me in the movie, but I had some deep issues with the actual movie itself, and especially where it goes. I felt it didn't really serve the rest of the story so well, and there's some surprise moments in it too that I liked. So I don't hate the movie or anything. I just I think it needs some work. I'm not a filmmaker, but I could see where it is a first timer movie, and so I could see where things maybe can be improved or changed, and just to make it a bit more effective, at least for my movie going love. I mean, it's a bit long too, which I didn't enjoy as well. So it's a horror movie. I feel like horror movies at their best, like a Friday the 13th movie, should be like that magic 90-minute mark. But this is going over 2 hours, so it's a bit long in the tooth.
That is long for a horror movie.
For a horror movie, yeah, it becomes more of a drama and a family drama, and I like family dramas like Ordinary People, and obviously, and there's some references to some dramas like that. But I kept wanting to watch some of the movies that it referenced more than the actual movie I was watching. I'd rather watch Bird Breaks. Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Let's see. What else did we watch? Quickly, Life of the Party with God, I can't remember her name. With Melissa McCarthy. Terrible movie. Not funny.
Ironically, that's like one of the few movies that has come here. I'm not planning to see it, but
it's like it could be good. Like, it could be a funny movie. It could be a good college comedy, but it gets everything wrong and it's just not funny, which is sad. Some scenes just go on forever when they're supposed to be funny. I'm not a big fan of that. Glow Season 2.
Oh, God. So good.
I love Glow Season 1, and Glow Season 2 does not disappoint.
I know. I love this show.
It's so good. It's probably up there with Better Things as my favorite show on TV. Certainly my favorite ensemble show. I think I love a lot of the characters on the show, and I think they play so well off of each other, and And
Yeah.
so I'm so
Such a
interested. Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say such a breath of fresh air. We've been watching The Handmaid's Tale, which is it's like torture watching this movie week after week. I don't want to see Offred suffer anymore, you know. So yeah, Glow is like a much needed breath of fresh air. I love it.
Like my wife watches The Handmaid's Tale, so it's on in the background. As I watch some of it, I'm like, wow, it's almost too much for me.
Yeah.
Because it is so deep. But maybe watching Handmaid's Tale and then alternating it with a Glow episode is probably the best way to go.
That's what we're doing. Yeah.
That's awesome. Perfect. Then I watched Sorority Boys. Have you seen that teen comedy from the early 2000s?
No, I haven't seen it. No.
I saw it once, and I thought it was okay when it came out. I revisited it, and I actually really, really enjoyed this movie. It's really silly and stupid, but it's like perfectly silly and stupid, but also a little bit subversive, which I like. So it has a lot of those elements of that college comedy that Life of the Party gets wrong. It goes a bit far. It's R-rated. So it has a lot of those. Is it R-rated or maybe PG-13? I'm not sure, but it feels R-rated in the way some of it is pushes the envelope in certain things, and I don't know. I really, really enjoyed it. So I think I kind of feel like more people should see Sorority Boys, and I think it would be the perfect midnight movie if it played in a theater. So programmers out there, please program Sorority Boys. I think it will be a big audience pleaser, because I feel like there's a lot of funny stuff in there and subversive stuff too that they sneak in.
I have to see this movie. You know, there's some definite gaps in my film knowledge, and one of them is like those teen movies that were coming out around the late 90s, early 2000s, like Freddie Prinze Jr. movies, things like that.
Right.
You know, I didn't see any of them. I was watching other things, but yeah, I would like to go back and watch them now.
And also I went to see Ocean's 8 in the theater. And I just needed it was like a $5 Tuesday deal that they have here at the AMC's, and so I'm like, okay, I need to go to a theater and to see something. I saw Ocean's 8, and I actually really enjoyed it. It's not a great movie; it's a heist movie. I love heist movies, so I appreciate it in that level. And I'm not a big fan of the original Ocean's 8 movies, or the original and the remake and the sequels. I think they're okay, but I think this is probably the best of those. Because you get to see all these great actresses play off of each other, and that's exactly what I want to see, like a book club kind of movie but in the heist form. So,
yeah. I'm dying to see that one too. It hasn't come here, so I'm deprived of new movies, I have to say.
Couple of more. We did on July 4th. We did a double feature of Jaws and Deep Rising.
Oh, fun!
Which is a perfect July 4th double feature. Deep Rising is coming out soon on Blu-ray, like a 4K remaster from Kino Lorber with a bunch of extras. But I watched an HD transfer on, I think, HBO Go, and I just was in the mood to watch two creature features, and Jaws and Deep Rising definitely made the fourth a lot more fun for sure. And then last night we watched Money Train from the 90s with Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson and J-Lo.
Yes.
And that's a lot of fun too. I like those kinds of silly studio comedy, action comedies, and that one definitely fit the bill for that, for sure.
Yeah.
And one other recommendation, 7-Ups, the 7-Ups with Roy Scheider is on Blu-ray from Twilight Time. I picked that up, and I always love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies from the 70s. And Roy Scheider is great in it, and it's a really good, solid action film with some incredible chase sequence in it that needs to be seen to be believed. So I highly recommend that one. That was from the writer of the original French Connection. He produced it and directed it, and a lot of fun. Love that movie.
I don't know this movie. I just wrote it down though. I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, I think you'd like it. It's if you like the French Connection, it's definitely of that vein. New York in the 70s, gritty New York in the 70s. But really the centerpiece of that movie is this amazing chase. I think it's like a 15-minute long chase throughout New York and onto like the Parkway. It's pretty amazing and impressive. Only stuff they can actually pull off in the 70s.
Right.
Those kinds of chases. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the 80s with the ultimate 1980s horror franchise. I mean, there are three of them for sure, the big franchises, with Friday the 13th, Halloween, and Nightmare on Elm Street. For me, I love all three of those franchises, so I'm not going to compare them. But because there's so many Friday the 13th movies, I tend to go back to those more often. They're fun to watch and easy to watch, especially the first 8 movies. So we're going to concentrate on those more, and then go into the post-Paramount years, and then see where possibly things may have gone wrong. So let's get into the first one, and we're going to start with a TV spot for Friday the 13th, Part 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Friday the 13th. You may only see it once, but that will be enough. Friday the 13th, rated R.
Starts Friday at Man's Westwood and Man's Hollywood.
Okay, that's the TV spot for a movie we all know and love. What draws you to Friday the 13th?
Oh, man. Good question. I don't. It's just like my life. It's been there. It's like a best friend that I've always had. Yeah. I don't know. I'm with you. I love all of the big franchises that were the big horror franchises that were big in the 80s. I think though I have to say Friday the 13th probably is my favorite. There's just something about the simplicity of the story that grabs me. I like that they always take this group of teenagers and they stick them out in the middle of nowhere, and they have sex and they have a party and sometimes they smoke weed and then one by one they're killed.
Right.
Like, that's just, to me, the perfect horror movie. And this one, I rewatched it. I rewatched all of these movies before the podcast. And this one I was trying to rewatch with fresh eyes because I've seen it a million times. Like, I fall asleep to Friday the 13th. I eat to Friday the 13th. It's always on. And, as I was watching it this time, a few of the things that I noticed was that this movie it's grittier and darker than I remembered it being. Like, there's lots of shots where people are just walking in total blackness. And there's a kind of graininess to the movie that I like. And for me, it kind of hits the sweet spot between, like, grindhouse cinema and super slick cinema. It's like somewhere in between. And it never takes itself too seriously. It's fun. It has this crazy killer. I mean, who came up with Pamela Voorhees? What a bizarre concept for, like the schizophrenic mourning mother in like a heavy Irish fisherman sweater going around killing kids. And her son happened to have been a Mongol. I just think for what it was at the time, it was incredibly inventive with the kills and just the whole setup. I really like it.
I mean, for sure they utilized the idea of those kills. That became the big selling point for this movie, like having Tom Savini do all those effects and just really draws people in, and it's definitely a movie you would talk about after you see it. Like, did you see that? Did you see that guy get impaled with the arrow through his neck, or the axe to the face, and all that fun stuff? Like, you would just talk about those things. And that's something I did on the playground with my friends in school. Like, you talked about the Friday the 13th movie you saw over the summer, and how cool was it? Like, this guy got it this way, or this girl got it that way, or the boobs, or whatever it was that that movie that summer happened to highlight it, because they were almost always out in the summer or early summer. Sometimes this one was in May. This one came out was it May 9th of 1980? So it was right before the summer started, but. it just kind of is the perfect way to start a summer with a summer camp movie. That's the big draw of these movies, like having a killer at a summer camp. For me, is perfection. I mean, like, I love summer camp movies in general. I love Little Darlings, Meatballs, those kinds of movies, and then throwing a killer into the mix, perfect. I mean, it's exactly what I want. And then having movies that ripped off of the idea, like Sleepaway Camp and others. Love them too. I mean, I love the rip-offs of the rip-off.
What's not to love?
I know, exactly.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember like being out like in the 5th grade or the 6th grade. Friday the 13th Part 5 had just come out, and back then I was actually like when I was growing up when I was a kid, I was really afraid of horror movies, which is kind of bizarre because my parents took me to see like The Shining and The Thing and the Amityville Horror, and they I don't know what they were thinking. I was terrified. In fact, I recently talked to my mom about this, and she was like, "Yeah, I know, we're great parents, right?" They
were,
and they kind of were. I mean, I got to see these like classic movies in the cinema, which is amazing. I remember my friend Evan; he was describing to me what happens in detail in this film, and it got me like, I was both like really afraid of what he was describing and I was super excited to know about it. But you're right, it was definitely a thing. Like the kids would go see these movies every year and then talk about them. And we watched them at slumber parties. I remember watching Friday the 13th Part 4 at a slumber party. And that was actually the first Friday the 13th I had seen. We watched it on VHS. And yeah, it was just kind of like this rite of passage in the 80s. You had to watch a Friday the 13th movie.
And it seemed like to be a rite of passage in my family, like you have to go see our Friday the 13th movie. Like I was like taken to the theater to see these movies. I've seen these all in the theater.
Oh, you did? You saw all of them?
All of them in a theater, yeah.
Oh, okay. I had to wait a long time to see this. It finally came to the Castro Cinema in San Francisco, and I got to see it on this big, beautiful print. It was amazing.
Like I think
you're lucky though.
Yeah, I mean 5. I had we'll get to 5 because I feel like we have a lot to say about 5.
It's showtime.
Was the one? Yes. Let's skip over the first 4 and just talk about 5.
Yeah.
5 was the one I had a very memorable movie-going experience, and 6 was the one I really wanted to go see in the theater. Like that was when like I was seeing the first. I saw them all in the theater, but I really wanted to go see that one. Like that was when I was like really clicking in my head that I have to see these movies every year, and I was really looking forward to them, and especially so I could brag about talking about going to see them at a theater to my friends. Because my grandmother was very liberal with taking us to see these movies. She didn't care, I guess.
Were they scary to you when you were growing up?
They were scary, actually. I had the only recurring nightmares growing up were Jason nightmares. And I didn't really have any other recurring bad dreams, but I would remember being chased around by Jason in several recurring dreams growing up. So he definitely scared me. But I think that was the allure, too. I think I wanted to be scared. I think that's what horror fans, initially what you're drawn to with horror movies, like you're scared of them, and you want to continue being scared. You want that roller coaster ride over and over again. And
it's true.
I don't see that happening in my son, Benicio. He doesn't seem that interested at all in that. But my daughter, Beatrix, she is scared of certain things, but you could tell that she wants to keep doing it. Like I feel like she's gonna be the horror fan of between the two of them, and also
she's gonna carry the torch.
She's definitely gonna carry the torch, and she has these plushies, and her favorite one is Jason.
Oh,
we have all 3 of them now: Jason, Michael, and Freddy. Because we gave her the first one was Jason, and she really liked him. And then she picked out Michael Myers by herself and Freddy as things. I think we're at a store in the mall, and she really her favorite of the 3 is her pal Jason, who she talks about all the time. She loves Jason. She obviously hasn't seen the movie. She's only 3, but she loves Jason. So that's starting a bit early.
Yeah.
Getting back to Friday the 13th Part 1. I love a lot of the scenes in the movie. I think it is. It is the darkest and grittiest of those earlier movies because I think, it was filmed in New Jersey on a low budget. But it captures that vibe like a lot of the ones that came after it didn't. Captures a pure camp setting in the East Coast. I think it does capture that the best of all the movies. Whether or not I love the characters as much as some of the other ones. Yes, I do like some of the characters in some of the sequels a lot more. So I would probably rate some of the sequels higher than the original film. That's just kind of where I'm coming from with that. But it has, I think my favorite scene in Friday the 13th Part 1 is the Steve and Sandy diner scene.
Oh, shout out to Sandy.
You gotta love Sandy. Sandy seems like a really fun lady to be around. She's the kind of person you definitely want to be slinging your hash, your hamburgers, or whatever you're having at a diner. And I definitely want Sandy as a waitress. And I love her rapport with Steve. It's short but sweet.
She's so sweet. So, I have two ideas for how to extend the Friday the 13th franchise. One, I feel like Sean Cunningham really missed the boat with the fashion. Like, why isn't there a Friday the 13th fashion line available at JCPenney's? There's just so much interesting fashion in these movies. But the other one is there are so many great waitress characters in these movies. There's Sandy, and there's the waitress at the beginning of the movie who seems a bit edgier in a way. And then in part 2, there's that cocktail waitress who gets tired of Ted's bullshit. She doesn't want the table to fall down on him. There's Lana in 5, and then there's Aaron Gray in part 8 or 9.
9, yeah.
And I was thinking, how great would it be if there was like a show, The Waitresses of Crystal Lake? Like it could be like It's a Living, or Alice, yes. Or Jason could be the Mel, and we just watch the waitresses of Crystal Lake, live their lives. That would be a great show. But yeah, Sandy is so sweet, and she has such a powerful look about her. The hair and the glasses and this very sweet smile. And it's pretty clear that, she's really into Steve. But Steve is nice.
How can you not be, though?
I know. Oh my God. Okay, so talk about fashion. Is Steve going to Crystal Lake or Fire Island? Because this combination of cut off jean shorts with the red, is it like a bandana around his neck? And I think he's wearing workman boots. Really all he's missing are freedom rings around his neck.
Okay, if a cruise ship could leave Crystal Lake, I think you could probably take a direct line from Crystal Lake to Fire Island.
I think so. Yeah. And Christy would be leading the way.
That's for sure.
Speaking of that scene early on with the other waitress, I find that scene kind of unnerving when Annie first arrives in town and she goes to that diner or that cafe or whatever it is. She asks if anybody can tell her where how to get to Crystal Lake, and everybody in there turns around and gives her this really weird look. And there's this kind of weird exchange between that waitress and I guess his name is Enos. He's the one who's he's got a broom. And yeah, from the start, this movie, it just kind of it creates this kind of weird environment. There's a weird tension to everything.
A town that always plays the same song, Sail Away.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And you gotta love Annie. She's the girl with the dream. She just her whole dream is to work with inner city youth.
I think Annie is, she's very cute, and she's definitely the one you would probably assume, in a Friday the 13th or any slasher movie that she'd be just setting her up to be the final girl. But I guess, doesn't quite work out so well for her.
Yeah.
I do like Alice, though. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I like Alice, too. And I love Marcy. I love all of the girls in this movie. But one of the things that I noticed when I was watching this one was I was really focused on Brenda. For some reason, when I've watched these movies, I always kind of took Brenda for granted. Like, she's just there.
Right.
But she's not quite as... She never kind of seemed as much fun as Marcy, and she wasn't quite as cute as Annie. But this time I was like really fascinated by Brenda. I mean, and I was thinking, as much as I love Alice, maybe Brenda would have been an interesting final girl for this movie. I don't know what you, but you know, she's like a very sturdy character.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
she's very dependable and no nonsense. She can make an apple pie.
Yeah,
she's a vegetarian. She knows a lot about vitamin D.
She could probably cook. She could probably make coffee faster.
Oh my God, Alice, make the coffee. Yeah.
She has a side ponytail too.
Yes. Right, we used to call that a palm tree.
Palm tree, really?
Yeah, but like Brenda's very observant when they're all out on the lake. She kind of looks across the lake and she thinks she sees somebody, and nobody else can see that, but she can see it. And she reads, you know, so she's a smarty. And in a way, I actually find her death to be one of the more effective ones in this movie, because even though we don't see it, it's so shocking when she gets thrown through the kitchen window and she's all tied up. Right. And, you know, it's like, oh, poor Brenda. I don't want her to die. I like Brenda. You know?
Yeah. Strip Monopoly. That's a fun. That seems like a fun game. I never tried it, but
no, I'd be up for it. You know, a little strip Monopoly and like Spanish guitar. Why not? Yeah, that's the funny thing about this movie. You know, so it sets up all the tropes and sort of the formula for all of the Friday the 13th movies to come. And in a lot of these movies, there's always a party scene, and the party scene in this one is so. Adult, you know, let's play Monopoly and listen to Spanish guitar and drink wine
and smoke pot too, right?
Smoke pot, yeah.
Final girl smoking pot. It's okay. It was technically still the 70s, so you could do whatever you want.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, getting back to Alice, you know, you're right. That copy. If I have a problem with the movie, I guess it's that I kind of find the ending. It drags a little bit compared to the movies to come. Right. Like she spends tons of time making that copy. And it kind of, like, the pacing is slow. She spends a lot of time throwing boxes and furniture and stuff like that in front of the door so Pamela doesn't, you know, break in and kill her. And, you know, once they finally get past all that, it picks up the pace. And it's really exciting and interesting. But it takes a little while to get there. It was kind of like they were just sort of figuring out how to make that final girl chase work, I think, with this movie.
And then they definitely improved upon it. We'll get to that really soon. I want to say that I took someone to a midnight screening of Friday the 13th at the Sunshine Cinema. Rest in peace, Sunshine Cinema, by the way. And when she was making coffee for like 15 minutes or whatever it was, I could see the boredom on the person's face. I definitely lost him. And and yeah, he wasn't a fan, which is why I'm not friends with that person anymore.
Oh no.
But yeah, it definitely could have been improved upon. But yeah, it was, you know, it's setting up a template. So, you know, those first movies, much like a pilot on a show, kind of sets everything up, and then you kind of improve upon it with each episode. I would say this is definitely that in this franchise. It sets everything up in a way that we love. And then I feel like some of the sequels definitely improve upon certain aspects of it. And let's get right into it. And here's a TV spot for the sequel, Friday the 13th Part 2.
The body count continues. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22... 23.
Jeff?
The day you count on for terror is not over. Friday the 13th, Part 2, rated R.
Now showing Check your newspapers for theaters and showtimes.
Yeah, so part two, I read originally Sean Cunningham had considered doing something else with the Friday the 13th title. Like, it wasn't going to be a straightforward slasher movie, or I guess what he had in mind was something like Halloween 3. Where the franchise would take on different kinds of stories, but not necessarily center around one specific character. But in meetings that he had with the producers, they decided to go with Jason, and so this is the movie where Jason is introduced into the series. And the film takes place, I think it's 5 years after the first Friday the 13th. And we are at a counselor training camp, which is apparently located just next door to Camp Crystal Lake, which has since been shut down and it's off limits. And some of the counselors in training are told not to go, but of course they do. We do get a little bit of Alice at the beginning of this movie, and Alice is wearing a glorious, glorious outfit. I don't know what this is.
I don't know either.
It's like a green romper. It's something I would imagine like a preschool teacher wearing.
Or a preschooler.
Or a preschooler. Yeah. It's like a onesie.
It's like a onesie, yeah.
Alice's story goes dark. I mean, she emerges victorious at the end of the first film. She's killed Pamela, and now she's apparently holed up in a house. I don't think it's clear where this house is. I always assumed that it's near Crystal Lake because Jason manages to find her address, and I don't know, maybe Jason drove, across city lines or something. I don't know.
Hitchhiked.
But she's holed up in this house, and we see that I guess she's doing a kind of like art therapy. She's creating. In the first film, it's introduced that she's an artist. She's drawn a picture of Steve Christie. And in this movie, she's sort of, I guess we're seeing the faces of her friends from Camp Crystal Lake who died. And she has a phone call with her mom, and her mom seems to be getting on her. And Alice has just had enough. Like, she seems like she's in a completely different place. And then she's killed. She just gets killed. Jason comes into her house, and he's hidden the head of Pamela in Alice's refrigerator. Alice opens the refrigerator door, and there's Pamela's head. And that's the end of Alice's story, which I always thought was kind of a jip. I mean, it's kind of a bummer to see Alice, who survived, all this torment, get killed off in the first 5 minutes of part two. But at least we get Jenny, so it's not that bad.
That's true. And this is where I guess a lot of the fans of the franchise, I asked a few people to send me the list, and a lot of people did mention Jenny. We're going to get to those lists soon. And Ginny,
yes.
I always say Jenny. Ginny is definitely one of the highlights for me, for sure, of part two. I actually really love this movie. I think it's a very solid sequel that adds a lot more technical prowess and technical ability, and it raises the stakes. It's tightly paced once you get past the intro. That's one of the things I wasn't crazy about with the Friday the 13th movies, where they had to like intro the last movie, recap it when those movies came out like only had a year before. Some of them are barely a year before, and they recap the events. I'm like, I remember. I remember what happened. You don't have to tell me over and over again. But once it gets past the intro, it's like a really tightly paced movie, and a lot seems to happen, and it's scary and fun. And Ginny is definitely the highlight for me for that. I mean, she is a great final girl, and the setup of her character is interesting because she's someone I wouldn't normally like because she's late. I hate people who are late.
Yes. Yes.
She shows up in her VW Bug. I can't remember if it was yellow.
Yes.
It was yellow. Okay. I had a VW Bug as well. I had a VW Bug convertible because I always wanted a convertible for some reason, and I got one. It wasn't the most practical car in the world to have in New York City, so it didn't last a super long time. I eventually got a different car, but I loved having it. I loved pretending I was Ginny with the VW Bug, but not showing up late. I mean, what was she doing? She doesn't come with a good excuse. It definitely upsets Paul. And with good reason. But then Paul does have his weird quirks as well. As we know, he likes to warn her of bears after sex.
What is that? Yeah.
I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that he tells them that you have to beware of bears, especially when you're menstruating. I'm like, does this imply that after they had sex, she was menstruating? I don't know what's going on with that. But there's
it's so weird.
There's some implications because he does write it in, I think, lipstick, right? On the mirror to beware of bears. I'm like, what? Okay, that's sending a message of some kind. Not sure why, Paul. Maybe that's what really happened to Paul at the end of this movie. Maybe a bear. Maybe there's a deleted scene of a bear who actually attacks him because he wasn't listening to his own messages. I like to see that.
Yeah, me too.
For sure. I don't know, for some reason, part two, I always fantasize about different these weird scenarios. I don't know why. I just like the casino. I think it's just called The Casino.
Yeah.
I just imagine what the other the other counselors are doing at the casino. They're going. Did they mention that they're going to an after hours place after that?
Yeah, that's right. What's his name? I'm blanking on his name. The goofy guy.
Yes, the one who's in just one of the guys, and I'm blanking on his name, of course, right now.
Ted.
Yeah, Ted, yes.
Ted. Ted says they're going to go to an after-hours place, so apparently they're out all night partying in Crystal Lake.
Wow.
Although I have to wonder, after the casino, what are the other options?
I know, exactly. That's what I think, too. What is this after-hours place? It's probably somebody's apartment somewhere. I don't know. I can't imagine there's, a place that stays open later than a casino.
No, yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'm with you. I really, really like part two also. I think you're right. The style, it's a bit sharper. The editing is sharper. Even the music. I love the score to this movie. Great. But they it's even more banging in part two. It's even more strings and more percussions, and it's so good in part two. And Jenny is just a force of nature. She has so much energy, and she's so smart. She's a child psychology major. So she I think that scene where she tells Paul, "I'll never be late again, I promise." When I first saw that, I remember thinking, okay, they're setting us up for something. Jenny's gonna show up late because she's been taken by Jason, and Paul's gonna have to rescue her or something like that. But it turns out she doesn't need to be rescued. She's totally capable of, she's a strong final girl. And she's also, I think, saying that because she knows how to manipulate Paul. She knows how to manipulate situations really well. And we see that later on when she manipulates Jason, basically, by disguising herself as Pamela and sort of subduing him. And I think she's a great final girl. In fact, I was thinking about this book I read, which is a really classic book now called Men, Women, and Chainsaws by Carol Clover. And I think Carol Clover is the first person to coin that phrase, the final girl. I'm not sure. But she actually, in that book, analyzes Jenny and as kind of a sort of classic model of the final girl. And I think she's right. I think Jenny's great.
Oh, yeah. She's definitely, if not one of my favorites, my favorite of the final girls, because if she does go that extra step that they, of course, kind of ripped off of and with like Friday 13 Part 4 with Corey Feldman and other characters who kind of have to adopt a persona of some kind to stop the bad guy, and I feel like this is the first time that I've ever seen that happen, especially in a slasher movie. I thought it was really interesting. I thought it was smart, and I like that they took that approach where it could have been a simple fight of some kind, or just her trying to hide and survive and depend on the guy to save her. I think this movie goes that extra step, and it was definitely interesting, certainly for the time, of course.
Yes, she's a total badass in this movie. And, I was thinking it must have been so exhausting to make this, because Amy Steele spends a lot of time running, and, she's kicking. She kicks Jason in the balls at some point. She's jumping out of a car. I mean, it must have been, physically exhausting to do this role. There's that funny scene where she's under the bed and Jason comes into the cabin where she's hiding and she sees a rat, and it's never been clear to me. Somebody pees under that bed. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does Jenny pee under the bed, or
I've watched all the extras and everything there is about the series, and it really does. It is confused, but I think it's intentionally confused because maybe they didn't want it to seem so, I don't know, embarrassing. But I think it really always felt to me that she pees because she sees a rat, because it's really scary.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in that situation where you're really so frightened, and then on top of it, a rat, and then you had spent the night drinking too. I'm like, you're probably gonna pee. Oh. You're probably gonna pee.
Jenny's had a few beers.
Yeah, she did. She doesn't mind a few, no. And a rat would definitely do that. And I've heard people say that the rat pee. I'm like, that's too much for a rat. unless the rat spent some time at the casino or that after hours, that ever elusive after hours place in Camp Crystal Lake. I always saw that. Yeah.
It's such an interesting detail to throw into the mix,
because you need to have a final girl who has a vulnerability, and that moment does make you feel very vulnerable, of course, and I like that about it. It just heightens things to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, can we talk about some of the other counselors?
Yeah,
I think they're so great in this movie. I have to say, I think Jeff and Sandra are so cute.
Oh yeah.
And I love it when they sneak over to Camp Crystal Lake and they find Muffin. They find Terry's dog. Even though they've all been told, don't go over there, they go anyway.
They're just so curious. They have to, she has to know.
Yes. Yeah. I was, sometimes I like to go online and see where are these actors now. Oh, and boy. Sandra's story is actually kind of sad. I forget the name of the actress. It's Marta something.
Cobra,
do you know?
I think?
That's right. I remember every time I would see her pop up in movies in the 80s, I would get really excited. Oh, there's Sandra. And I remember she was in, she had a small role in Patty Hearst, that movie Patty Hearst, and she was also in I Shot Andy Warhol. Oh, and she, it was just a really small role. But she kind of disappeared, and then I went online and I looked it up, and apparently she's had a really hard life. And I'm always sorry to see these actors, sometimes they don't end up in such great situations, and I think that was the case for her. But
I know, as we have to remember, as famous as these movies are, it doesn't always mean success for the actors. I mean, oftentimes a lot of these movies that are so well known, these actors don't go on to bigger and better things. They're barely paid a lot of the time, so it's not like they're sharing the success of the franchise. They're just a paid actor for the day or for the shoot or for the show, and then they go back to their real lives, and sometimes it means real jobs, sometimes it means trouble too, and that's sad, of course.
Yeah. Actually, Amy Steele talked about that. I remember reading an interview with her where she said she didn't really want to do this movie. She was on what was the TV show she was on?
She was on a show with one of the actor who was in Part 4.
Yeah.
I think it was a science fiction show. Forgot the name of it offhand, but yeah, she was in that.
Well, she said she didn't really want to do it, but her team, her agent told her that it was actually a good career move because these movies at the time were so popular. And I think a lot of these actors probably took these roles because they thought that they were going to lead to something else. But I don't know, these movies, they just didn't get any respect back then.
Right.
And unfortunately, neither did the actors. So now I'm happy to see that there are all of these conventions and things, and fans actually have an opportunity to tell the actors how much they're appreciated. I think that's great.
Sure, that's the way film works. Like, it's whatever's most popular at the moment. Like, at that time, it was slasher movies, so what a great time to be alive. You get to see all these slasher movies and all these young actors getting to be in these movies because that was what studios and deemed were popular because they were making money. So they were releasing a lot of them, so young people got to be in a lot of those movies. Later on, it was like teen comedies after Porky's, which was a big hit. So every actor in Hollywood who was younger got to be in a teen movie. It keeps evolving and changing, but horror fans are the most diligent, the most loyal, and that's why a lot of these actors can have renewed careers because of the fandom. Horror fans keep them going, keep the memories of these characters, keep the memories of these movies going, and that's pretty amazing. That's unlike any other genre, really.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. If you could meet anybody from Part 2, who would you like? Have you met anybody from Part 2?
I don't really go to conventions. So,
no?
Last time I went to a convention was a couple years ago in Pasadena when I was living in Long Beach, and I went with Benicio. Because I thought it'd be fun, and there weren't a lot of slasher movie people there. I think Stretch from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 was there, a few others, but no one like from the Friday the 13th series. So I never really got to meet anyone. Thinking of past conventions, I don't think I've ever met maybe Adrian King. I can't remember now. It's been a while, but I don't think I met anyone from 2 for sure. I definitely would like to meet Amy Steele because
me too.
I'm such a fan of her in this movie and in April Fool's Day with her outfits in that especially. I almost wish she dressed more like that in this movie because it would be interesting. Like, why does she look like? Why is she wearing such baggy clothes?
Yeah, with like the Annie Hall ties.
Yeah.
I would love to see her walking around the camp in that. You're right.
She's very pleasantly dressed in this movie and looking and very fresh faced and very girl next door. And that was definitely the attraction for me growing up, and then with other roles that she had taken, like in Walk Like a Man, I think I liked how she looked in that movie as well, and a few others. So I've always followed her career. I would definitely like to see her. I mean, I don't know, a lot of the people in this movie, I like a lot of the I like a lot of the actors. Some of them have passed on, like Tom McBride, who plays poor Mark in the wheelchair.
The kill, for me, that is the kill of the entire series. It's so great.
For sure. It's like almost heartbreaking, too. Like, this poor guy who can't stand up gets a machete to the face, and then he gets pushed down a flight of stairs. I'm like...
Talk about cruelty, man.
That's so cruel. But pretty awesome.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. He passed on. And you know what? Something weird just happened to me. So Terry, who is the look of Part 2 with her Mickey crop top and her short shorts.
For sure.
I somehow became friends with her brother on Facebook. And I don't even remember how this happened. And I forgot that we were friends. But the other day he sent me a message, and he said I had helped him quit smoking, which was so weird because I used to smoke myself. I don't smoke anymore, but back in the day, I smoked, and he a long time ago was trying to quit. So I sent him a message saying, "Oh, you should try this. It worked for me," and apparently it worked. And so that's my connection to Terry. I helped her brother quit smoking, but
that's pretty random and pretty cool at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Terry's great, and then Vicky. We have to take a second to talk about.
Oh yes.
Vicky and the brown panties. So, she's already been warned by Paul, don't spray perfume. It's going to attract the bears. Not only does Vicky spray the perfume, she has to spray it like on her cooch, and I watched this and I'm thinking, ouch, that would really sting, right?
Yep.
And moreover, I don't know whose idea it was that like a pair of baggy brown panties would be like
rewatching this movie with my wife, like what she was like, what is she wearing? Why is she wearing? Why is she spraying? What is going on? Like, what weird world does this woman live in where this is sexy?
Not only the brown panties, but she's got this like ugly Cosby sweater on. It's horrendous. Oh, and moccasins.
Yes.
And then when she does put her pants on, they're like these slacks.
Like JCPenney slacks, yep. For sure.
I don't know. Poor Vicky's adorable. She's so sweet, but she needs to take some lessons from Terry. I think Terry could help her out here.
I think so. Sometimes I wonder in these movies, like, to highlight the sexy one, you have to like dress down the other ones. I don't know whether it means ugly sweaters. I know that happened, and I'm trying to cite a specific example, but I know there was this actress who was like the blonde one in the movies, and then she always made like her co-stars dye their hair brown because she wanted to be the blonde, the sexy blonde.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
There's someone like that in Hollywood. I can't remember who exactly. Maybe it'll come to me by the end of this podcast, but it happened a lot. I feel like they definitely dressed people down to make the sexy one pop out and stand out more. I don't know if this happened with Terry's character because she was so effortlessly sexy, but definitely the crop top helped. The Mickey Mouse crop top helped. I wonder
what a look.
I wonder if that do that these days. You would have to pay like Disney like $1 billion to have one of their shirts. I don't know. To get the permission
you're right.
to use.
How did they get the rights to that? You're right.
So I love that little piece of Disney is in Friday the 13th Part 2. Yes. Whether it's just a sexy crop top.
Hey, we haven't talked about Jason.
Yeah, Jason. Let's get to Jason, and then we'll get to 3. I think Jason's scary in this movie. How about you?
I love Jason in this movie. I know fans aren't always so... they're not always so into Jason with the sack over his head. But I'm telling you, I find the potato sack Jason like way scarier than... I don't want to piss anybody off. I'm not the biggest fan of Kane Hodder as Jason. But I really like this Jason because I always find when the killer is recognizably human, that's always scarier to me than, supernatural monsters. And Jason definitely becomes supernatural as the series goes on. But this Jason, he seems human to me. He's kind of clumsy, like he's jumping around and he's like grabbing at things and he's missing them. He gets into like a fist fight or something with Paul, right? Yep. There's just something kind of I don't know, recognizable about him. I guess that's the word.
Right.
And not only that, but I really love this set piece that they give Jason, his shack, which is so creepy. Jason's living in this shack deep in the woods, and it's totally dirty. That is one nasty-looking toilet in that shack.
It definitely is, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go near that toilet. But there's like dead bodies surrounding a shrine to that he's created for Pamela. On top of the shrine is this head of his mother beheaded. And actually, to be honest, I always kind of wish the series had gone back to that. I wish that we could see more of how Jason lives and out in the woods. I think it's really cool.
I think they tried. We'll get to the remake eventually. I think they tried to show Jason more as a character and as a survivalist in that one, which was sort of interesting. And that was one of the things I liked about that terrible movie. Not to spoil that.
Yes.
But a whole sequel, maybe devoted to Jason's point of view, might be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong approach right now because we just kind of want another proper camp sequel. But maybe an alternate. Like nowadays, you could have all kinds of alternate things. You could have a sequel. You could have a reboot at the same time. You could have a series at the same time. So maybe a series that gets more into Jason's story. Who knows?
God, I hope. Yeah.
But we just want more Jason, really. That's what we're asking.
It's true. Yeah, there's been this fan theory circulating around forever that Jason is a cannibal. And do you think that's possible? Was Jason a cannibal?
I don't know. I never really thought about it. I feel like to me, like, Jason would, like, any available animal nearby, which there's probably plenty of, and he would eat. I never really looked at him as a cannibal for some reason, but it's very possible. I mean, that's, he does pile up the bodies in one spot. Maybe that's where he feeds. Who knows?
I like the idea of it.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I just like Jason's look. I like, obviously Jason goes through lots of transformations in the series, but I like how they designed the makeup of his face in this movie. I mean, he's kind of like this deranged redneck,
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I agree. All right, let's get on to the next one. But before we do, I'm going to read off some lists, and then we have an audio clip I'll play a little bit later. Ara Alishan, who's a fan of the show. Thank you, Ara. He actually is a Patreon supporter of the show. So I get to record a special bonus episode for our Patreon supporters. This is something new for Retro Movie Love. So if you want to become a Patreon supporter, I would greatly appreciate it. You could reach us at Retro Movie Love over on Patreon's page. So patreon.com/Retro Movie Love, and you can support us. Donate whatever you want. It would be greatly appreciated to keep the show going. I do pay some fees to keep the show up. I don't need a whole lot. I just, whatever you can spare, it would be awesome. I don't like asking for money, but if you can do that, that would be awesome. But our Alishan, he sent in his favorite Friday the 13th, and here it is. I was getting ready to wax poetic about my love for Jason Lives when an eerie sense of deja vu crept over me. I started scrolling through our previous conversations, and lo and behold, I found Jason Voorhees, Tommy Jarvis, and Arnold Horshack sitting pretty on my list of favorites from 1986, when he contributed his 1986 list for the show. Here's what I said back in 2016. I love the first two entries of the Friday the 13th franchise for their masterful suspense and tension throughout, but nothing tops Jason Lives as far as pure entertainment is concerned. It was actually your guest appearance on the Hysteria Continues podcast episode covering the superior slasher sequel that steered me to the great Retro Movie Love podcast. It's been 2 years since you recorded that episode, but my love for Tom McLaughlin's magnum opus remains the same. I also feel compelled to give some love to Jason Takes Manhattan. I don't know why, but the fact that everyone hates this movie just makes me love it even more. I know you're a native New Yorker and I'm just a bum from Utah, but I'm 100% sure that was and still is an extremely accurate representation of New York, toxic waste barrels and all. I'm just disappointed that Jason didn't bump into the Ninja Turtles when he was down there. That's all for me. Long live Retro Movie Love. Well, that is super awesome. Thank you.
That is awesome.
I do like an alternate timeline where Jason is with the Ninja Turtles. I think that could have been a real possibility when Jason went over to New Line, the home of the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
So they really missed the boat. They missed the cruise ship to New York with that one. But thank you, that's really awesome. Rachel Sullivan, mine would be part 2. For my money, it's the darkest and scariest of the series. Sebastian Bokenkamp, mine is part 2. It has the best atmosphere and is the most suspenseful. I like it better than part 1, although I love part 1. The killer reveal comes too much out of left field and the character not even being introduced early in the movie. And that is, yes, true. It is a cheat of part 1. I think part 1... if they had a little scene of Betsy Palmer earlier in the film, that would have been pretty amazing. Also, would give Betsy Palmer more scenery to chew, which would have been amazing. Maybe Betsy Palmer at the diner? She's definitely got to be a patron there, right? Maybe
Right.
her and Sandy like having a conversation and like talking about Steve Christie's body. I don't know. That would be awesome.
Girl talk.
Yeah, exactly. Sue Bernardi Johnson. It's a tie between the original and Part 6. Part 6 is the quintessential 80s slasher flick. And then Andrew Burrell. The final chapter is the quintessential one in my eyes. Wow, quintessential is a movie, a word of the day, and also I'm getting tongue-tied on. So thank you guys for your list. I'll read out more a little bit later. But let's get right into the TV spot for Friday the 13th Part 3D.
Friday the 13th Part 3 in Super 3D. The all-new process that puts you in the picture. Whether you want to be there or not. It will scare you. Count on it. Friday the 13th Part 3 in Super 3D. Rated R.
Now playing in Sacramento. Check newspapers for theaters and showtime.
Okay, Friday the 13th Part 3, or Friday the 13th Part 3D. Friday the 13th 3D, yes.
Yes.
Was a movie I saw in the theater as well. This is another one of the movies of the series that a really memorable movie-going experience, and the reason alone is because of the 3D. I wanted to see everything that was 3D that came out between 1982 and 1983, and there were quite a few. And I feel like this was like way up there in terms of the 3D experiences for me. This one and Amityville 3D, for some reason, were my favorite 3D experiences because they were so much fun. I mean, how can you not go wrong with a slasher movie in 3D? I mean, it's sheer perfection. I'm kind of surprised they don't really capitalize on that anymore.
Yeah, me too.
There have been some 3D horror movies over the years, like My Bloody Valentine was in 3D. That was fun in the theater. So why not do that more often? Because it works.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it's not only just 3D, but it's like really fun 3D. It's like a yo-yo in your face and popcorn.
I know. I want random things sticking in my face. I know that sounds
Me too.
bad, but yeah. it just works.
Yeah. That's what I love about this movie. Like it's a really fun popcorn movie. That's all it is. And I think it's great. I love the 3D.
It becomes to me it's like one of the purest of the sequels because it just does go out of its way to entertain you so much, and it has a silly convention of the 3D, but it works. Like for those of you who haven't seen it in proper 3D in a theater, it just works so well. You just kind of like you do spend your time in the theater looking pretty silly wearing these glasses, but also your hands reaching out into the air. Like, yeah, I want to do that.
I know. I'm telling you, I would much rather watch this 3D than like Avatar 3D. I have to be honest with you.
Exactly. We don't need such a sensory experience of like having like aliens and whatever, like all these action set pieces in 3D. We just need things poking at us.
A yo-yo and an eyeball flying out of some guy's face. Yeah. I'm good.
Just the simple things in life. That's what pleases us. And yes, and definitely Friday 13 is the simple things in life that makes us happy. But I think beyond the 3D, there's a lot to love in this movie. I think because a lot of us had to spend so much time watching this movie in 2D because of that was the only way it was available for so long, you definitely have to warm up to some of the other things or not. But when I asked a lot of people to give me their favorite Friday the 13th, Part 3 came up a few times, which is interesting to me because I assumed a lot of people didn't like it because because you're watching it in 2D for the most part. But I think it does have a lot of fun things in it that I definitely go back to, and a really fun final girl with Chris, who I really like in this series, and of course Shelley, and a few of the other characters. But before I get into that, what draws you to Part 3?
Oh, everything. I mean, everything that you just said. I love the 3D, and unfortunately, I've never seen this in the cinema on 3D. I had to wait until that DVD version came out, and it was like a revelation, because for all of these years, I'd had to imagine what that stick would look like if it were actually flying in my face, and suddenly there it was. Yeah, it was awesome to finally see it, and I love everything about this movie. I love that it doesn't take itself seriously. I love that it just wants to, like you said, entertain and be fun. I think Chris is one of the best final girls. I love Chris, and she's. By the way, do you remember when Chris was on The Facts of Life?
Oh yeah, she was early on, right?
Yeah, 2D meets her, and she's a prostitute living this she's like a child prostitute.
Oh.
I guess maybe they were inspired by like Jodie Foster and Taxi Driver. I'm not sure, but it's kind of, she plays this like very dark character in The Facts of Life. But and here, I guess she's also kind of dark as well. I mean, her whole backstory is that one night she was out sleeping in the woods and Jason attacked her. And one of the really interesting things about that is that Chris seems a little bit cold. She's not presented like as hypersexual. She's not like Debbie, for example. And the movie kind of opens up the possibility that maybe there was some kind of sexual violation that happened with Jason, I think. I'm not sure. But she's just a different kind of final girl. I mean, she's not quite as funky as Jenny, I think. She's a little bit different from Trish in the next movie as well. For one, she's a brunette, which was rare. All of the final girls are always blonde. But she's also just like very mature and responsible. I think she's great.
I always liked Dana Kibble. I mean, this is where she first caught my attention. So I went back and watched some of her other movies, like Sweet 16, and especially the TV movie that she was in, Midnight Offerings. She had a small role in that with Melissa Sue Anderson and Mary Beth McDonough. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Oh, yeah, you should seek it out.
I will.
It's let's just say superpowers and young women and Melissa Sue Anderson being really bitchy. I mean,
sounds awesome.
You can't go wrong with that. And then there was a movie called Rivals that she did in 1981 that I'm especially a fan of. It's like a teen movie. I've talked about it maybe on the podcast before in some form. It's about a kid from the farm who moves to LA, the big bad city, and he gets picked on by a man with a van type character, and because he likes the sister played by Dana Kimmel. And so there's like a rivalry there, hence the title Rivals. But it's a very like cozy PG movie. Nothing really that bad happens in it. There's not a lot of language or violence or anything, but there is a couple of really tense moments involving a van in the water. But I really like it. So it's one of those like kind of wholesome movies that I tend to go back to for some reason. That's very comfortable. I like the characters. I like her in it. And she there's a van. There's Chris from Friday the 13th Part 3 and a movie about a van. So yeah, I love that she has a van in this movie.
That is an awesome van.
Kind of by default makes her one of the best Friday the 13th final girls because she has a van. I mean, she has
true.
With hearts on it, and I like the design of the van. It's very cool.
It's also got like bumper stickers from I think like she has like a Bruce Springsteen bumper sticker on there or something. But yeah, Chris is rocking that van. It's a great van.
I love it. It could hold up all her friends, all her crazy, kooky friends.
Which is a weird, kind of not weird, but interesting thing about this movie. Like, I always wonder, okay, so how do Chuck and Chili fit into this group?
I don't know.
I guess I always kind of pictured that maybe like Chuck was friends with Andy. And so Chili is the girlfriend of Chuck, so she comes along. Mm-hmm. But, like, I can't really imagine Chris hanging out with Chuck and Chili, right?
When I was younger, I assumed, for some reason, I just assumed that they were, like, hitchhikers. and they picked them up, and they were like, because that was that time when you still did that, and then they became friends somehow because they had
Hey guys, come to Higgins Haven with us.
because they had pot. I don't know why I thought that, but I have no real good explanation why this motley crew are together. But I love that they are. I know that.
Me too. Yeah. And then Vera and Shelley probably get my vote for, like, if there was like a Crystal Lake prom, I would name them like the king and queen. They're so cute. They're the cutest couple. There are actually a lot of cute couples in these movies. Like I like Jep and Sandra a lot from part 2, and I like Pam and Reggie from part 5.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up a little bit. Pam and
Reggie.
Oh yeah, yes. I like that pairing too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're a cute couple, but there's something about Shelley and Vera that I find really sweet because, you know, Vera is she's gorgeous. I think she's just so pretty. And when she first meets Shelley, she has this look of kind of like, oh, that's Shelley. Although I don't know what she was expecting with a name like Shelley. I mean, no offense to people named Shelleys, but it's not like, you know, Nick or something, right? And
or Rick in this case, yeah.
Rick, yeah. You know, she's sweet. She never makes Shelley feel bad, and in fact, they even go on adventures together. They go grocery store shopping, and we get to see 2 grocery stores, in fact, in this movie. And to be honest with you, I don't want to shop at either one because in one, you're going to end up running into bikers, and you're going to have like the checker tell you, we don't accept no food stamps here, you know, or, you know, it's like totally rude and not very nice. And then in the other one, you have Edna and Harold, and it's totally filthy, this grocery store. It's filthy. It's crawling and like snakes and rats, and, you know, there's rabbits, and Harold eats the food, and he drinks the orange juice, and he puts it back. And you know what else? He takes this nasty shit, and he doesn't even wash his hands.
Oh,
in
boy.
fact, he doesn't wipe.
And then he's like handling the produce probably.
You're gonna get salmonella. I'm telling you. If you go to this grocery store, just stay away.
Like if Jason doesn't kill you, that grocery store will.
Yeah, it's horrible. But anyway, that was a long. I was talking about Shelley and Vera. Shelley and Vera. They're just really cute. And the thing about this relationship that always kills me is that Vera is being so sweet to Shelley throughout the entire movie. And then Shelley is kind of a loser. I mean, at some point he calls Vera a bitch because she's rejected him. But, you know, she rejects him like in the nicest possible way. She doesn't make him feel bad or anything like that. And then, like, to get his revenge, he plays this really stupid joke where he puts on a hockey mask and he has a spear gun. And I don't know what he's thinking. You know, this is not the way to Vera's heart.
No.
And then this is the start of the mask. We get to see Jason's mask for the first time. But yes, they're a very cute couple.
They are, and I like that there's a little bit of payoff with the Crystal Lake Memories documentary. If you guys have seen that, there's a bonus disc that came with the documentary. Actually contributed to the documentary a little bit. I sent some of the some images that I have for Friday the 13th, some of the old ads and that they used in the documentary, and I got a nice thank you credit and publicity credit on that one, which was cool.
That's awesome.
So it was nice to have a little bit of payoff with their character in the bonus disc. If you had that Blu-ray or DVD set, there was a bonus disc that they issued, and in that bonus disc you see a little bit of Larry Zerner and Catherine Parks playing their characters again, and a little interplay with them, with him with a slashed throat and her with an arrow through the eye, or was it a harpoon?
Harpoon.
Yeah,
It's a
harpoon thing
Yeah.
to the eye, and they got to play off of each other a bit again, which was fun, and to see them all grown up and bloody in the afterlife, and then Shelley got to do a little infomercial for his lawyer gig that he does in real life as a lawyer now these days. It was kind of fun, a little bit meta, or a lot of bit meta. So it's a fun little bonus extra on that disc. So if you guys don't have that, you should check it out. Seek it out. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, what did you like to see the further adventures of Shelley and Vera?
Oh yeah, I think there would have been a great sitcom there for sure, because he's that bumbling Joker character that we all know and love in these slasher movies. But because there was that romantic tension between the two of them, they could have played well off of each other with that. A sitcom, maybe a three's a crowd like sitcom, where it's those two, and Jason is kind of like the de facto dad who's always like spying on them or watching them, and then like interfering with their love life by killing them or something.
Oh wow! So would that make Jason like Vicky's dad?
Maybe, yeah. That would be kind of cool. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a run-in with those bikers, and the bikers are hysterical to me in this movie. I love their names. So we have Fox, Ali, and of course I'm forgetting the third one right now.
Is it like Loco?
Loco, that's it. Yeah. They're this funny biker group, and I was watching, but it turns out that Ali, by the way, he ends up kind of saving Chris at the end of this movie. And I was watching Fright Night the other night, and Ali popped up. Ali is a bouncer in the nightclub where the two kids end up going, and Chris Sarandon chases them in there, and then Ali sort of like pushes Chris Sarandon away to protect the two kids. And I was thinking, that's all I want to see in this actor. I want to see him playing, the one who saves the teenagers from all the killers.
Side note: the writers of this movie did the story for Meatballs Part 2.
Oh. Well,
so that they might have wrote like a script or something that might have turned into whatever the script ended up being in Meatballs Part 2, which is a pretty weird sequel, which I like.
Me too.
I like that movie. It's kind of because it's so weird, maybe, but I like that there exists someone who wrote this movie and that movie.
I even like Meatballs 3. I'm on board for that entire franchise. Meatballs 4.
I did. Part 3 I saw in the theater. Patrick Dempsey. And a dead porn star. I mean, you can't go wrong there.
No, Sally Kellerman.
Jason, I think, is effective in this movie, too. I mean, it's another one who died. I think the actor who played Jason passed away, sadly.
He did.
Richard Brooker in the last, going on 5 years now, sadly. But I think he was an effective Jason, for sure. I think a lot of these early films, for me, Jason really works. They're played by someone different in every one of these movies until Kane Hodder reprised the role in several movies. But I don't know, for some reason they all work for me, and they're all kind of scary in their own way.
Yeah, I like the way this Jason moves. I mean, he's a big Jason. Like, somehow, this movie, it takes place the day after Part 2, and somehow overnight Jason has managed to like grow 5 inches or something. But he's just like this massive presence, and when he faces off with Chris at the end, you could, she's pretty small compared to him. I mean, it just creates a lot of tension the way that the actor uses his body here.
It does. And speaking of that timeline, which you brought up, it's right after Part 2. I love how crazy the timeline is in this series, because I think Part 2 and 3 are unique in that they take place right after each other. But then, I think every sequel kind of jumps 5 years. 1 to 2 is 5 years, and then 3 to 4 is another 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
And then it keeps going.
Well, but in part 4, they start off the movie at Higgins Haven, right?
Oh, that's true. Right.
Yeah. So I think technically it's actually Friday the 16th.
That's
if it's 3 days later.
It's no longer Friday the 13th. That's right.
Yeah.
But it still works for us.
It works for him. Yeah. And I just want to say something. The final girl chase in this movie, for me, it's a toss-up. I think either this one or part 4 are my favorites, but I especially like this one. I mean, Chris is just really badass, and when she gets into her van and Jason headbutts the glass and then she has to run back into the house, like, it's just this epic cat and mouse game between these two. She even climbs up into the rafters in the barn and jumps down on them, and yeah, she's pretty great.
We love you, Friday 13 Part 3. And Chris.
We do.
All right, let's move on to Part 4, and then I'll play a audio clip after that. Here is the TV spot.
Jason is back. 3 times before.
Sorry you changed your mind?
You have felt the terror, known the madness, lived the horror. But this is the one you've been screaming for. Because Friday, April 13th, will be Jason's unlucky day. Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Now playing at a theater near you. Consult your local listings.
Part 4, like I said, it picks up a day, I guess the next day after the events of Part 3. And the movie starts off with this really cool, like, crane shot. The camera's going into the barn where Chris has chopped, or she's hit Jason over the head with the axe, and he's laying on the ground, and you see all of these cop cars and the cop car lights. There's a paramedics and stuff like that. And I think from the start, this movie creates the most interesting tension. And it's clear that the production values in this movie were a bit higher. I mean, they could actually afford to have like a crane shot in a Friday the 13th movie. And yeah, the movie starts off from the ending of part 3, and then what we see is Jason gets taken to I guess it's the mortuary, and at the mortuary we are introduced to the first 2 characters to get killed in the movie, Nurse Morgan, and I'm forgetting the guy's name. Axel.
Axel, yes.
Yes. And, as you would expect at a mortuary, these 2 are very horny.
Super horny, yeah.
Super horny, because that's what being around dead bodies does to you.
Dead bodies and aerobics.
Axel is kind of gross. I mean, he's kind of a gross guy. When the 2 paramedics bring Jason in, he's talking about how sexy one of the female victims was. I mean, he's kind of creepy. And then, of course, yes, he's watching that amazing aerobics video
that apparently my wife had as she worked out to when she was a kid.
Seriously?
Yeah, it was a Paramount release. It was called I aerobicize. It was called aerobicize something. I can't remember now, but
so cool.
Yeah, and I think Darcy DeMoss is in it as one of the aerobics people.
Oh wow! I have to watch the guy. I didn't notice that. So Nurse Morgan and Axel, they have this kind of hot and cold relationship apparently, because Axel is always trying to like have sex with the nurse, and she's always sort of rebuffing his offers, and finally they do end up having sex, and then they both get killed by Jason, and Jason leaves the mortuary and goes back to Crystal Lake, and at Crystal Lake we are introduced to 2 groups that are the center of the movie. There's the Jarvis family. There's Mrs. Jarvis, who's divorced, and her daughter Trish and her son Tommy, and they have a dog, Gordon. And across from their house is the party house where all of the fun stuff is really happening. And that's the basic setup of this movie.
Mm-hmm. So this is the first time, really, when they veer away from campers, I guess, like camping proper. Yeah.
This might be my. I know a lot. It's the favorite for a lot of fans. I'm pretty sure that this is my favorite. It's kind of depends on the day. It's either this one or part 3. But I just like everything about this. I like the opening crane shot. I like the setup of the two homes. And I really like the Jarvis family. It's the first time in a Friday the 13th movie where we see like a parent. And I like Mrs. Jarvis. I think she seems like a really nice mom. And, you know, they have like dinners together. They have group family hugs. It's like this very sweet family. And they have a dog, Gordon.
I love this movie too for a lot of the same reasons. I think it does. You know, looking at the box office of the movies, like the first one made $39 million, so it was a really big hit. The second one did $21 million, and then part 3 made $34 million. So it kind of went up because of the 3D cachet. So I think what they did was they probably allowed director Joseph Zito some more money to have cranes, and to have a little bit, not so much of a budget, because I think he did complain that the budget was really tight, but they did allow for more to do more things with the series. And because they were making money for them, and he added a lot to it. He put a lot of personality and a lot of set pieces, and just made it exciting, and also just on a technical level seemed like a really well made movie. And not dissing the previous movies, because I all think they're well made in their own ways, but it does feel like a slickly made movie that on the level of other horror movies at the time, which I liked. And I thought that Joseph Zito, who's mostly he did The Prowler, which is a good slasher movie, but he also went on to make a lot of big action movie type things. So I like that point of view a bit. I like that he was just kind of wanted that to be a bit bigger, and expanded the Camp Crystal Lake universe a little bit, and just made it more just seemed like a bigger world, and I like that about it. And where is that mortuary or whatever it was, that hospital, or where do you think that is in relation to Camp Crystal Lake?
Good. I don't know. I guess it's down the street. Because, I mean, Jason manages to make his way back pretty easily. So, but I don't. Jason, Jason can get around. I mean, he went to Alice's house and he manages to leave the mortuary. I mean, I don't know how he does it, but he can get around Crystal Lake pretty well.
And shouldn't they be a lot busier because of the events of Part 3?
You would think, right?
There's a lot happened.
Yes,
a lot of
bodies.
Yeah, it's a lot of bodies. Unless there's multiple places you can take bodies in Crystal Lake, which is very possible.
Yes,
but yeah, I like the world it sets up, and I like the characters, and of course, a lot of people are attracted to this film because of the Tommy character. This time, for the first time, played by someone, and a kid. Corey Feldman portraying Tommy, and I like his relationship with his sister Trish, played by Kimberly Beck, who I think are great together, and the mom character. So yeah, having a real family, like you mentioned, was a great addition to this episode, I think.
Yeah, it kind of adds a certain emotional weight almost to this movie that you don't really see in a lot of Friday the 13th movies. But obviously you don't want to see a family, and especially a mother, get hacked down, and or a dog. And so yeah, it adds something. And I mean, along those same lines, I think part of the reason why this movie is so great is that I feel like I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the directing or the talent of the actors, but I think in general the actors here just seem a bit stronger in some ways. There's more depth to the characters,
Right.
and I mean, and a lot of these actors were actually working. I mean, there was Crispin Glover, of course, and I think this movie came out before Back to the Future, which was 85.
Yes.
But he'd still been around, and there was I'm forgetting his name, the last American Virgin,
Lawrence Mollison. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The actress who played Sam went on to do Weird Science.
Yes.
So yeah, these actors, this wasn't like their first time in a movie, and it really pays off. I mean, I think all of the characters are completely believable, and I like watching the relationships between them. Like, I think watching Ted and Jimmy talk about BJ Betty, like, I totally buy it. And by the way, I would love to see BJ Betty. I want to know more about I would love for them to do some kind of like, a revisionist take on BJ Betty. It turns out she wasn't a slut at all. She was actually, a very smart girl, and these two guys are just like losers who are saying bad things about her or something like that.
Oh, that's totally the case. BJ Betty has a reputation that is not warranted at all. I mean,
exactly. Yeah, all of the characters are great, and I think the actors are strong. And I mean, the thing that a lot of people have said this movie, it's like the John Hughes version of Friday the 13th. Like, if you had taken a John Hughes movie and you dropped those characters into Crystal Lake, this is what you would get. And I kind of feel like that's very warranted, because I can see a character like Sam, for example, who's very sweet and virginal and just like a nice girl. I could totally see her hanging out with Molly Ringwald.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Yeah.
And clearly John Hughes watched this movie and cast her, right?
Yes, exactly.
Cast her in Weird Science, yeah.
And yeah, you mentioned Trish, and again, it's hard for me to say who my favorite final girl is, but on most days, I think I'm going to go with Trish, because that final girl scene in this movie is just batshit crazy. I mean, Trish, first off, she's running around, and she's wearing very practical final girl clothes, I have to say. She's wearing a man's like a button-down shirt, and it's belted, so her limbs are free. She can run and hit and things like that.
Sure.
And she's running back and forth between these houses. But the weird thing about this is that she keeps throwing herself out of like windows, and not only that, but her dog throws himself out of a window. and not only that, but they have to add to it that Tommy is going to pull a Jenny and shave his head and sort of disguise himself as young Jason to try to manipulate Jason and to subdue him so that they could kill him. It's just like they kept throwing so much crazy in the last 20 minutes of this movie. It's so over the top. I love it. It's probably my favorite final chase sequence.
Oh, that chase is terrific. Yeah, it's up there with part 2 for me with chases. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a theory. Maybe that is special on broken glass, or a glass, that breakaway glass.
Maybe.
It's like, let's use all of this.
Let's throw everybody and everything through the glass.
So let's see some random outtakes of like just random characters being thrown through glass for no good reason. And Jason comes through the glass too, right? At some point.
He does. And Corey Feldman has talked about how at that moment, it wasn't scripted. Basically, I'm forgetting the actor who played Jason here, but this actor did not like Corey Feldman. He thought Corey Feldman was like a little brat.
The Ted White. I'm trying to think.
Yes, exactly. And he wanted to, I guess, play a little trick on him. And he ends up breaking through that glass at the moment that Corey Feldman isn't expecting it, and grabbing him. And Corey Feldman has said that look of terror on his face, that's actual terror.
Where was child services?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing about this, they've said that, Joseph Zito, it doesn't sound like he was really that interested in protecting these kids very much. I mean, the other story here is that he kept the actress who played Sam in that water forever, and apparently she got so cold that they had to take her to the hospital.
Jesus.
Yeah,
making one of these movies is work. It sounds like it's.
Yeah, I think so.
And night shoots, which are really hard. I've been on night shoots before.
Have you?
Yeah, and they really screw with you because you just kind of like have to force yourself to sleep in the daytime, and usually not for very long because night shoots require you to get up like really like. You basically go to bed really, really late where it's morning or in the morning, and then get up and go to work, usually in the early afternoon. You don't have a lot of time on your hands. You just gotta, they just really mess with your system and your body. And then of course, doing a very physical nighttime movie, I'd imagine was really hard. I mean, they're younger, teenager, or early 20-something. So it probably would have been easier for them, but it isn't easy work in general. And also working with special effects and makeup effects and all that fun stuff is hard, but it's fun to see. I think the kills, of course, Tom Savini returning to do his makeup effects with Jason's kill are really cool, and the makeup kills in general in this movie are I think are an improvement probably over the previous movie, but well done, and I just enjoyed watching them.
Yeah, the corkscrew in the hand.
Yeah.
I mean, and then a machete.
Yeah.
That's the thing about this movie. Like it can't just be a corkscrew. It has to be a corkscrew and a machete. Like there's always a little bit of extra.
A little extra. And the shower scene, like that felt pretty brutal to me. Like
I know.
With
I know.
Poor Peter Barton of Hell Night.
Yeah. I was really hoping that, him and Sam, they would work out. They seem like a cute couple.
I think I've talked about this movie before in a podcast. I think I've talked about Crispin Glover's dance and all of that fun stuff. You guys all love that. What do you think about the final? Well, not quite final boy, but the guy, the hitchhiker who comes quickly into Trish and Tommy's life.
Rob.
Rob, yes.
Yes, please get into my car, stranger, and come into my home, and then go up into my son's bedroom and, shut the door, and it's not a problem.
Really?
I feel like the Jarvises must be the most trusting people in America.
They
are. But, the thing about that is that he tells them that he's out hunting bears. And then we find out later on that it turns out he's actually the brother of Sandra from part 2. Mm-hmm. And I do like that they add that little bit of continuity there. They don't really do much with it, but it at least gives him a purpose for why he's, hanging around Crystal Lake.
It makes sense too. I mean, in its own Friday the 13th logic way. Like, I like the callback. I mean,
yeah, me too.
Why can't the sequels connect to each other in that way? Why can't characters talk about other people who've been there or disappeared from there? Because that's what happened.
I know they could have kept bringing back Sandra's relatives. Like in part 6, they could have had her aunt come. Why not?
So part 2. So maybe there's a reason why bodies don't pile up in. Maybe that theory about cannibalism is true. Like, where do the bodies go?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
They don't end up. They don't end up in the mortuary of 4 or the coroner's office. So they're somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
And I like Rob's spoiler death scene where he's being killed by Jason. He's like he's killing me, which I know divides fans of
I don't know. I'm fortunate to. I've never been in that situation.
Yes. What would you say?
I don't know what I would say, but I guess he's killing me. That would be the thing to say. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it's the delivery of that. Something about it. Just kind of it's kind of funny and also sad and scary at the same time.
Yes.
Poor Trish, because she just spent the entire movie hitting on him, like right from the get go. Like I've watched in this rewatch, I noticed like she does really hit on him a lot. Like she really wants to get to know Rob right away. This hitchhiker, this supposed bear hunter. It's just what? Very friendly, very friendly girl.
Poor girl. There's nobody around her. I mean,
I know with her big curly blonde hair. I'm like, come on.
Yes, yeah, and her nice white teeth. In fact, the only other time I remember seeing Trish is she did a toothpaste commercial. I think it was like for Ultra Bright, and she opened her mouth and like this laser beam of light came out of her out of her mouth because her teeth were so gleaming white, and that's Trish.
I remember her from a couple of things, but mostly from she was in Made to Order. She was Ali Sheedy's best friend in that movie.
That's right.
Who later who later just doesn't remember her, and she's like, Ali Sheedy tries to go over to her to for her to recognize her, and then she's like, get away from my car. And then her delivery of certain lines, she says like, "Watch the paint, sister." I just remember like that delivery was pretty amazing. It sounded like it was like a voiceover or something, but I loved it.
Yeah,
I like Kimberly Beck, and because of these two movies, Made to Order and Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, I have an audio clip here, and it's from my friend Quentin, who hosted the 1996 episode, and he wants to talk about his favorite Friday the 13th experience. Here it is. Hello, Meep, and thank you for asking me to contribute to the Friday the 13th episode of Retro Movie Love. The Friday the 13th saga was something that I watched more than a few times while I was growing up, and it certainly contributed to my great and lasting love of horror movies. I'd like to share just some of my observations about and memories of the first two films. There's a lot I could say about the series as a whole, but I just kind of want to zero in on Friday the 13th and Friday the 13th Part 2. First of all, I was very fortunate in that I actually saw the original Friday the 13th in the summer of 1980 at the drive-in. So I went with my mom, actually, to see this film, knowing nothing about it. I already kind of had a love of horror movies, and my mom was pretty liberal with what she let me watch. But I grew up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, and this was, of course, long before the internet and social media and all that stuff. So really, this was just an evening at the drive-in, and neither one of us had any idea what we were in store for. And that was a really terrific and terrifying experience, watching Friday the 13th, again, with no clue who the killer was or that this was going to go on to be a hugely successful series. So there's a couple of things I vividly remember about the seeing Friday the 13th at the drive-in and what I think make it such an outstanding slasher film. One actually was the mystery element of it. I mean, it's been out so long and it's so well known now that it was Jason Voorhees' mother, Pamela Voorhees, who was slashing the camp counselors. But at the time, seeing it, it was really creepy and unsettling. And I will always remember a particular moment that was especially unsettling, which is towards the end when Steve Christie has returned to the camp and he's walking towards the camera, but he's obviously addressing someone, and he says, "Oh, hi, what are you doing out in this mess?" And even as a little kid, when he walked towards the person, very friendly, very familiar, and then suddenly it's clear that he's been stabbed, that the person he was talking to is the killer, I thought that was really, really eerie, because all of a sudden I realized, oh, wait, the killer is somebody that that these people know, and that was something that I had not really seen up until that point. So that's just something that always stayed with me. And I think the film has held up really well over the years. I think it's sometimes there's a criticism of it that it is not as skillfully directed as, say, John Carpenter's Halloween. And I do agree with that. I think that Halloween is made with more artistry and more subtlety and skill. But I don't know that that's really what Friday the 13th needed. I feel that Sean Cunningham's, his kind of very straightforward directing style and kind of his lack of polish on the film gives a certain visceral, primal quality that I actually think serves the film very well and makes it very effective, and it gives it a certain you are there quality. I also think certain moments towards the end when Alice is just kind of around the camp and, kind of she wakes up from her nap and is making herself some coffee, and then she goes to search for Bill. I feel like the lack of musical score in those scenes really gives the film a certain sense of realism and dread that, again, I just think a more polished effort would have lacked. And for as many times as we've know about or seen Jason jumping out of the lake at the end, or at least Alice dreaming that Jason jumped out of the lake at the end, I can still vividly remember seeing it literally decades later and just how terrifying that was. Again, I was in a car at the drive-in, but I nonetheless feel like you could have heard all of the people screaming in the different cars. And yeah, again, over the years, I've watched it quite a few times. Think it really holds up quite well. I know there's some people have thought that maybe the scene where Bill, played by Harry Crosby, kills the snake in the in the cabin, that maybe they were trying to potentially hint that he could be a killer, that he had a violent streak. That may or may not have been their intent. I don't know. I never took it as such. I took it more as just showing that anything could happen, that that these people were all alone out there in the woods and that violence was a real possibility. And although I'm a strong animal lover and don't like the idea of any animal, including a snake, being killed, I still think that is kind of just a very unsettling moment in the film that adds a lot to it. So now, just sharing my thoughts on Friday the 13th Part 2. It's really interesting. This film is a lot more, again, polished than the first one. I think the cinematography is a little better. Maybe the cast seems a little more rehearsed, a little more experienced. And yet I still think it works incredibly well on its own terms. I think Amy Steele is an outstanding final girl. I think one of the best, if not the best, in the entire Friday the 13th series. And I just think there's a certain likability to a lot of the cast members to this that really adds to the film quite a bit. And, I just want to say something about, I know over the years there's been a lot of controversy at the very end about what happened to Paul. Where's Paul? Where did... at the end we see Amy Steele being taken away in the ambulance, and there's been all sorts of rumors about why we don't see exactly what happened to Paul, her boyfriend, and the director of the camp. And yet, to me, this never ever bothered me, and actually, I never even felt there was that much ambiguity. I felt it seemed pretty obvious that Jason had just killed him and dragged his body away somewhere. I felt like if he was alive, the filmmakers would have clearly shown him alive. And I just felt that, Jason came back. It was not a dream sequence when he burst through the window. And Paul sort of was able to fight Jason long enough to maybe save Amy Steele, but he himself died, and then, I don't know, maybe Jason felt like he was satisfied and just let Amy Steele live. But yeah, I never thought that was a point of confusion. And then just finally, the last point I'd like to make is, I think there's something about these two movies together where they kind of work in tandem in a way I don't think any of the other Friday the 13th films in the series work. And what I mean by that is I kind of feel like part 1 and part 2 are sort of like a long movie. You see part 1 that introduces everybody, sets up the basic situation, the legend of Camp Crystal Lake, and part 2 continues the story, and of course Adrienne King, having her character survive part 1 and then get killed in part 2 kind of provides a bridge and a continuity between the two films, and the fact that Camp Crystal Lake is clearly very nearby the new camp. And the first one, the mother's the killer, and then in the second one the son picks up. I feel these two films just go together very well in ways that, say, 2 and 3 don't go together, or 3 and 4, or 4 and 5, or whatever the case may be. I know, of course, that part 4 takes place right after part 3. I get that. But still, again, I think it just lacks the overall continuity and connection. And I first had this realization when a friend of mine sent me Friday the 13th and Friday the 13th Part 2 together on a disc, where on side A was Friday the 13th, side B was Friday the 13th Part 2, so I watched them both one after the other, and I thought, oh my God, this works like just one incredibly well done long film. Anyway, speaking of long, I hope this commentary has not been too long or too long-winded, but as much as I love this whole series, parts 1 and 2 just hold an extra special place in my heart, so I really appreciated the opportunity to share my thoughts on and my memories of them. All right, bye. Thank you so much, Quentin. That was pretty amazing. I think before we get into part 5 and the craziness of part 5, we do need to take a break and take a little breather before that. So let's do that, and we'll be back right after this.
You're with your baby and you're parked alone on a summer night. You're deep in love, but you're deeper in the woods. You think you're doing alright. Did you hear that voice? Did you see that face? Or was it just a dream? This can't be real, that only happens, babe, on the movie screen. Oh, but he's back. He's the man behind the mask, and he's out of control. He's back. The man behind the mask, and he crawled out of his hole.
It's like this. We live in claustrophobia. A land of steel and concrete, trapped by dark waters. There is no escape, nor do we want it. We've come to thrive on it, and each other. You can't get the adrenaline pumping without the terror, good people. I love this town.
Fallen angels into the street. It's an empty dance and so incomplete. The hollow voices whisper the cry. Falling down the line, there's a reason why. You take me more, but you can't buy it. No matter what you do. The darkest side of the night burns like a fire for the wasted life. And there's no way you can fight to show some respect and try to survive on the darkest side.
Okay, we're back. Hope you enjoyed that. Now let's get into it. Let's get into Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning.
The mindless, murderous fury that was buried with Jason has been reborn. Friday the 13th, Part 5. A New Beginning. Rated R.
Starts Friday at the Lions Avenue and East Sprague Cinema.
Okay, guys. Part 5. Now, I know fans of the podcast know I have a very tumultuous history with this movie. I go back and forth with it, hating it and loving it, and hating it and loving it. I don't know why. I think because I had such a weird experience seeing it in the theater, and just everyone just like really, like they were booing it because of the reveal, and just were really upset. People in 1985 were upset at what happens in this movie. Spoiler alert: this is not a Jason movie. It is a Jason movie, but it's not a Jason movie. Jason is not the killer in this movie. So it upset a lot of people in 1985 in theaters. And I think because of that, I don't know, I think I just didn't appreciate some of its finer qualities, if you want to call them that. I appreciated certain aspects of this movie for sure, and I'll get into those in detail a little bit later. But I just kind of like, I guess, went with the crowd and just like kind of hated that they abandoned the concept and just kind of moved on with the character. And maybe they thought it was final. Maybe they thought Jason, yeah, they can get away with it being someone else, and then shifting the perspective to someone else. And I like that idea, but I don't know if it was that part of the movie was executed very well. Like a few other things in this movie. It is a bonkers movie. There's characters that I love, characters that really annoy me.
Wait, which character do you love?
I love Lana.
Oh, yes.
I think her character is pretty amazing.
Yes.
She is not a teenager. I don't know how old Lana is.
I don't know. Late 20s? I don't know.
I like Violet as the sort of breakdancing girl at the halfway. It's a halfway house, right? This one.
Yeah, it's the Pinehurst Center for Youth Development.
Yeah, so very troubled youths up against. They have a new problem because the world has been pretty unkind to them. Life has been pretty unkind to them, and now they have to deal with a killer who's upset. I'm not sure I would, as a parent, knowing what happens in this movie and the killer's reveal, I don't know as a parent if I would take the great lengths that Mama Voorhees does and Mr. Paramedics Driver does to avenge the deaths of the death of my child with people who are in no way guilty of the crime. Like,
no, you wouldn't do that.
The person who is guilty of killing off Joey in this movie is gone. He's not seen again, right? He gets hauled off to jail, I assume, or something, right?
That's right. Yeah,
He doesn't die. He just hauled off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to spend my days killing off everyone else who had nothing to do with it. It's just a very strange choice. There's a lot of strange choices in this movie, and that's what maybe makes it amazing. What makes it amazing for you?
Well, all of that, and I don't know. I do think this movie is amazing. I've always loved it. It's like the coked out, sort of grindhousey version of Friday the 13th. You know, it just feels so sleazy to me.
Yes.
And I like that the series introduces that kind of sleaziness because you don't really see that in the other movies. But I mean, just the whole concept of setting this movie in a youth development center. I mean, so we're watching a bunch of like already vulnerable teenagers get killed, which is just wrong, you know. And P.S., what is their problem exactly? I mean, I don't think having a speech impediment or being chronically horny would necessarily get you, sent to a youth development center.
Totally.
They don't really do a very good job of exploring, what's wrong with these kids. But apparently stuttering is a big problem in 1985. So.
Right. It's like Joey in in Friday the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3. Like, he just is mute, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they just have like all of these weird elements in this movie. Like the two sort of rockabilly guys, Pete and Benny. I mean, what? Why are they here?
Why are there leather boys in this movie?
Yeah, exactly. and then the Hubbards. Suddenly we've gone from Crystal Lake to I don't know, Tennessee or something. I mean, Ethel and Junior, they speak with these country accents, and she says things like, "You big fat dildo, eat your fucking slump." I mean, this woman's got a mouth on her, and it's almost surreal the amount of different kinds of characters that they tried to interject into this story.
I live in New Jersey now. Ostensibly, the Friday the 13th series is set in New Jersey. I mean, that's kind of what they set up with the first one. I don't know if there's any Ethel or Juniors here. There's definitely some questionable certain current president supporters here, but I don't know if there's Ethel or Juniors roaming around the land.
No, my family is from Kentucky. I mean, they sound like they're from the back hollers of Kentucky to me. So yeah, it's totally bizarre. And the other thing too is that this movie, it's really scatological. I mean, we don't get just one character pooping, we get two. First, there's, I guess, Vinny. Vinny says he's going to go take a crap in the woods. No toilet paper. Again, these movies are obsessed with people not using toilet paper. It's pretty gross. And then we get, of course, Demon, who's just ate some damn enchiladas. And probably one of the most romantic, sweet scenes in all of Friday the 13th. Demon is taking a crap in this really disgusting outhouse, and his girlfriend stands outside the other side of the door, and they sing, "Ooh, baby, ooh, baby." And really, who doesn't want their loved one to sing to them while they're pooping? I mean,
yeah.
It's what we all dream of.
Oh, if they lived, I'm sure they would have such a great life together.
That they would have been like Ashford and Simpson.
Exactly. Question: do you think he had the enchiladas at the diner?
You think so? Lana's responsible for that.
Yeah, I think Lana's. Yes. Lana put something. I think he hit on her. And she was grossed out because he just gone to the bathroom and without washing his hands, and then he hit on her, and then so she put something in his food.
I bet you're right. Yeah. She didn't care. She just wanted to go do coke with Billy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, apparently there's like a big coke trade going on in Crystal Lake, which we knew nothing about. But if you've got the right connections, there's lots of coke to be had here.
I mean, if you believe anything in the later films, like or the reboot with the marijuana growing there, why not coke? Why not be a big coke problem up there?
Yeah, exactly.
Certainly the filmmakers were on it. I mean, that's the only thing I can explain why this movie is as crazy as it is. I mean, someone's taking something.
I think this was a movie made on coke. I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I despite all of the sleaziness and the grossness, and the stupidity, you're right. I mean, why kill everybody except Vic? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me. But I do really like John Shepherd as Tommy, and I think he brings a lot of. He seems like a really tortured soul. And the whole movie, it was set up to introduce the possibility that Tommy would, I guess, go on to become like the next Jason. And I don't know. Would you have liked that? Would you have liked for the series to go in that direction?
I wouldn't have mind that. I'm not sure if I connected with this Tommy. I would have liked to see Corey Feldman continue the role instead of jumping ahead in time as they do again. With between 4 and 5 is a big jump, and Tommy's a lot older. So how old would he be? Like he's like 12 in 4, and he's like at least 17, 18 here, right?
I think so.
Yeah, so maybe 5-6 years. I don't know.
Apparently, Tommy's been working out. By the way, he's got a hot body in this movie.
he didn't grow back that mop of hair he had.
No, he gave up playing Zaxxon for the gym.
He does have. They do bring back a couple of his masks and stuff that he created, and that he's a big special effects guru apparently, and I like that too. I like that there's a little callback to that, and of course it introduces the Reggie the Reckless character, who's one of my favorite characters in this movie.
Dudley from Different Strokes.
Dudley from Different Strokes.
Yeah.
I like a kid, and I don't mind. I know it bothers people that it was kids in horror movies, but I don't know, when they're fun. When they're portrayed in a fun way like they are in this movie, I think, why not? And I love his red outfit, his hoodie and pants. It's just a very memorable looking character and memorable character in general. And
that scream. That scream.
Yes.
I don't know who has a better scream. Is it Reggie or Pam? Because they both have amazing screams in this movie.
How do you feel about Pam as a final girl? And
Pam, I like Pam, actually. I mean, first off, so, Pam has a clipboard, and she wears, khaki slacks. So, from the start, I already trust her. If I'm in trouble, go to Pam, because she's got a clipboard and khaki slacks. And the thing is, she's kind of older as well,
yes.
So she's not a teenager. She's almost kind of a maternal figure, which makes her sort of an odd final girl for this movie. And I don't know. I mean, she's definitely not a strong final girl. I mean, I'm sorry. She does not go toe to toe with Trish and Chris,
Yeah.
She needs Reggie to rescue her. I mean, this movie, I remember reading reviews by Roger Ebert, and he talked about how misogynistic this movie was, because there's a scene at the end of the film, after we watched Pam running through woods, sometimes with a pink sweater tied around her neck to cover her breasts, and sometimes not. So we see her breasts because Pam doesn't wear a bra. And then after all of that, she's forced to crawl through mud as Jason sort of pursues her. And yes, I do think it's misogynistic. I don't know. For me, that's part of the genre. I feel like for every instance of misogyny in these movies, you also see a lot of examples of women being heroic and women being incredibly strong. I mean, in general, they outlive the men. And usually a lot of the men seem kind of dopey to me. They don't seem that smart. But Trish and Chris and Jenny and Alice, I mean, these aren't dumb girls. I think the movie really respects them.
And and I think there's more to come too with the series. I think it does. There's a push and pull for sure, like you were saying, between the exploitation, which this part 5 is definitely a bona fide exploitation film. You can call it Friday the 13th Part Breasts, which was amazing for little Meep in 1985.
I bet.
And continues to be. But again, push and pull. There's heroic characters who are smart and resourceful. I mean, that's what you need to be in a situation like this, and not all characters are or cowering, or just can't, that one character who just can't do it, can't go on, just kind of like, my wife says there's always a character in these movies who kind of like, who slides up against the wall, falls down, and crumbles down to the floor. Like,
that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, there's always one of those. But for every one of those, there's someone he knows there's something that needs to be done, and I like that about it.
Do you like Pam?
I do like Pam, yeah. Mm-hmm. But one of the things I discovered on this viewing was, like, what is going on in the background on some of her many running scenes, and I noticed that there were pumpkins in the background.
Really?
Of this movie. So, which leads me to believe this is a Halloween movie. I wonder if there was more to it that they just must have cut out, because it is a Friday the 13th movie, not a Halloween movie. And I don't know, because there are very visible pumpkins, especially when she's running around. I'm like, what?
That's crazy. I've watched this movie a million times. I've never seen pumpkins.
I think I posted one of the images on Instagram. So if you don't follow this podcast, Cinema du Meep on Instagram, I'm always posting stuff on there. Pam running amongst the pumpkins of Crystal Lake.
Yeah, I guess that's a strange detail. I'm going to have to look. Maybe the movie was supposed to be set in the fall or something? I don't know.
think maybe, yeah. I mean, because it's not a camp, like a summer camp setting,
No.
they could conceivably set it any time, although they never did winter in this series, as far as I know.
They keep talking about it.
They do talk about it, yeah. That would be pretty amazing. But, my theory, it's a Halloween movie. They just don't show enough of it.
So, this movie, it has one of my favorite kills. It's the scene where, I'm forgetting their name, the horny teenagers.
Oh, yes. You have Debbie Sue Voorhees, right?
Yes.
And her, I forget his name.
Her hot boyfriend, I forget his name too, but he gets killed by leather belt. Mm-hmm. And I love that. I mean, using fashion to kill this guy. And the other thing I know, there's a kind of motif running throughout this movie. Everybody keeps getting their eyes gouged out. I think it happens 3 different times throughout the film.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know what the significance is, but they were really focused on killing people by their eyes.
That's right, because she gets in the eyes too.
She does, yeah. And somebody else does too, but I forget who it was.
And someone gets it in the cooch.
Oh, yes.
Originally.
Yes.
That's how Violet meets her end, but they reshot it to make it seem like her abdomen.
You see, that's everything you need to know about Part 5, Death by Cooch.
It's like, they must have looked at that okay, this is one step too far, of many steps, but one step too far.
They were crazy making this movie.
They were. Yeah. But poor Violet and her breakdancing skills, she really could have had a career. She could have been as a backup dancer in Breakin' 3.
It's true. God, I love her bedroom. I have to stare at her posters every time I watch this movie. She's got Wham, and every genre of music is represented on her wall. She likes everything. It's such a cool 80s bedroom.
Anything else you want to add to 5?
No, just that I think ultimately, I think I'm with you. I think I'm glad that Tommy didn't go on to become the killer of these movies. I'm glad that they went back to Jason, but I don't know. It's an interesting idea. In an alternative universe, maybe it would
exactly.
Work, but I really want to go back to Jason.
I think I want to go back to Lana. I think Lana should have lived, and she should have had a big career. She's in a revival of All That Jazz or Cabaret. She's out there somewhere doing Bob Fosse.
I definitely don't want to go back to Roy. No, we don't need sequels with Roy.
No Roy. No Fat Cat Mare character.
Oh,
I don't
man.
understand that one. That was really a strange choice too.
Jason Voorhees is dead.
The worst. I think they even talk about in the documentary how that actor just goes way too over the top, and it's pretty.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty bad. But I don't know how you can not go over the top in this movie. Like looking at the script alone, like going subtle is not the way to go for Friday the 13th
No.
Part 5.
You can't be a wallflower in part 5.
So I'm gonna have a final resolution. I watched this movie with the commentary. It was the crazy director Danny Steinman, who did Savage Streets, and it was looking at it was Reggie the Reckless, and one other person, and it was John Shepard.
I think it's John Shepard. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then the guy who does Red Shirt Pictures, he was like kind of the. He does the extras for Blu-rays and DVDs. He was like the moderator. After listening to that commentary, I kind of love this movie now because it just it was such a weird mix of people and talking about this movie and their experiences, and it sounded like a crazy, crazy shoot. And just working with Danny Steinman, it was probably life-changing.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So I have a different kind of respect for this movie than I had before.
Yeah, I listened to that too. I mean, I wasn't surprised to hear that Steinman was choosing actresses based on their cup size. Exactly. It was less about skill and more about size.
He certainly sounded like a very interesting person.
Yeah.
I love Savage Streets, and it's again a very gritty exploitation. You could see that there too. But if I had to rate this movie again, I'd say I do love it.
Me too. I'm sorry. I would much rather spend time at the Pinehurst Center for develop kids with problems than go some of these later movies. They're not nearly as much fun as this one. I still think this movie is really, really fun.
It's a lot of fun for sure. Okay, let's go read off a couple more lists before we get into the next one. Let's see where we're at. Okay, Adam Ayatollah, Part 6. Shameful Clutter on Instagram, Part 3. Fiercest, albeit marginally underrated, final girl and scariest version of Jason. Andy Blarg, my pal Andrew, who co-hosted an episode with me. 6, but numbers 4 to 7 are all fun. Yeti Hideout, Part 3. Rick Kane Lives on Instagram. It changes from day to day, but it's definitely not 5, 7, 8, Hell or X. Okay. That's a lot of them.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Some People Ain't Me, my pal Chris on Instagram. It's 2 for me. Ginny is the ultimate final girl. I love the whole cast, and Jason has never been scarier and meaner. Canadian Bacon 1971 on Instagram. For me, it's always going to be Part 7, The New Blood. Chuck Hatcher 75. 6, 2, and 3. Amanda Made for TV Mayhem. Amanda MF. Wait, I wrote these down, and of course, I can't read my handwriting. Amanda Made for TV Mayhem on Instagram. Part 2. It's the scariest and features the hottest dudes. Thank you, Amanda.
I'm with you, Amanda.
God, I have to get you on the show, Amanda. You're awesome. Willie Greer, 4 for sure. All the production value of Part 6 without the apologetic tone, and then probably Part 2. And Dean Garman, Part 6 for me. So 80s, and the soundtrack was great. Alice Cooper's He's Back, the man behind the mask, which we might be hearing on this podcast, is an amazing song. I miss the days when horror films had their own song. I agree with that. And Jeff Dean, Part 3 or the final chapter. We'll read out the last batch towards the end. But let's get into Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives.
They thought the nightmare was dead and buried. They were wrong. Jason lives. Happy Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th, Part 6. Jason Lives, rated R.
Starts Friday, August 1st at a theater near you.
Yeah, so I was so excited when Part 6 came out. I remember seeing the commercial on TV. It was like Jason's coffin. So we knew we were getting Jason back. We weren't going to have Roy come back, which we were all happy about. But Jason's coffin, I think, sort of like comes up out of the ground, and the coffin turns around, or the camera goes into the coffin or something like that. And you see that there's no body in there, implying that Jason has been resurrected and he's alive now. And the commercial also, I remember there was another commercial where they showed kids screaming. And that was really exciting because we hadn't actually seen a Friday the 13th where it was set in the camp where the kids actually were at that time. And so it just seemed like this was going to be a new kind of Friday the 13th, and it was. And I remember I went to go see this with my cousin at the drive-in, actually. I saw it with, it was a double feature with Summer Camp Nightmare. Although I don't know how that happened, because I know Summer Camp Nightmare, I don't think they came out around the same time. I don't think they did.
Summer Camp Nightmare was 87, maybe, but
I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it was that movie because I remember I got 2 doses of Tom Fridley, which was very exciting. And I remember really being so disappointed in Summer Camp Nightmare because I remember the poster for that movie sort of it implied that it was going to be a sequel. I mean, it was going to be a slasher movie or something like Friday the 13th, and it turned out to be like Lord of the Flies. It was a different kind of movie. It wasn't what I was expecting. Although now I love it. I think it's great. But anyway, yeah, when I saw this movie and I instantly loved it and I still love it. To me, this is kind of like the classy Friday the 13th. It's like gothic horror meets 80s, hard rock culture. And the other thing that I've always appreciated about this movie was that, it's an early example of a horror movie being very meta. This was years and years before Scream popularized meta horror. And I have to say, in general, meta horror isn't really my thing. But I really like the way it's handled in this movie. I mean, it's not too much. But I love that the movie is playing with the Frankenstein story by resurrecting Jason with lightning, and I like how the film. I like how this movie. There's little jokes about American Express cards, things like that. There's little winks and nudges throughout the movie, which I think are great. It just makes the movie really, really fun. And yeah, I love all the actors in this movie. When I was watching this again this time, in this movie, the kids seem the most, I don't know, kind of normal to me. They seem, I don't know, there's nothing especially gimmicky about them. Like in some of the other movies, all of the characters have a gimmick, something that they're associated with. But in this one, they're not really like that. But I love all the girls. I love Sissy and Paula and Megan, and they kind of remind me of the girls in the Facts of Life, late Facts of Life.
When everything's all pastel-y.
Yeah, and it kind of became like Designing Women, where they just sat around and talked.
That's true.
Do you remember them? Yeah,
I do remember
they
that.
lived with. Yeah, they were living with what was her name? Beverly Ann, something like Edna's sister.
Cloris Leachman, right?
Cloris Leachman, yeah. And they're just like cute kids. There's nothing. Compared to Part 5, which is crazy and borderline offensive, this movie swings in the totally opposite direction, and I like it for that.
Part 5 is I don't remember a lot of nudity in 6.
There isn't any. I mean, the closest we get is Darcy DeMoss.
That's right.
Which is on top of Court.
Very memorable scene, yeah.
Yeah. But no, nobody takes their clothes off here. I mean, it's a very kind of, in a way, like a PG, a PG Friday the 13th.
It's true. I mean, the kills are there, but it's not as in your face as some of the other ones, for sure.
No.
Yeah. And I guess you could take that either way. I mean, like, you might think that might disappoint you, but I think for a lot of us who saw it back then, it was like a hero returning. You know,
it was.
He was like a superhero to us. This is like our superhero. Like, I wasn't into superhero movies growing up, except for the original Superman movie, and this was my hero. This is our hero returning to form. And yes, he was zombie Jason, and that divides fans, and I understand all of that, of course. But it just felt like, yes, back to Jason, back to the summer camp setting, proper, this time with kids involved. It kind of ups that ante, but yes, takes on a different approach. Yes, some satirizing going on, some humor, which I liked. I liked that it felt like someone's point of view. Yeah. Which was nice, and it didn't feel like a committee of people like a lot of movies do these days. Like, I need this and that, especially with the later New Line Friday the 13th movies. We'll get into it quickly, but they felt like a lot of people's ideas strung together to make a whole. Here, it felt like someone's idea from beginning to end to resurrect Jason in this very gothic way. Harkening back, like you said, to other films like the Bride of Frankenstein movies, and I think he's mentioned that's what his intentions were, to make it more gothic in tone, but also with a sense of humor and a wink, which I enjoy. I think it's really, because if it's well done, I'm all for it. If it's not well done, it becomes excruciating in some movies where comedy is just mishandled. Yeah. Comedy is a hard thing to pull off. Especially when you're mixing it with horror.
Yeah, I think you made such a good point. You're right. When you watch this movie, you're right. It doesn't feel like it was designed by committee. It didn't feel like it was checking off boxes. It felt like, it felt like they just had complete creative freedom to do something new and completely original, and this really was. I mean, there weren't other slasher movies like this at the time, and it turned out really great. And you're right too. I mean, it does interject comedy, and again, like meta horror, comedy horror. I'm kind of it's a hit and miss thing with me. But I like it when it's not excessive, and it's not here. I mean, there's the scene where the caretaker says he's talking about digging up Jason's dead body, and then he looks directly into the camera and he says, "Some folks have a strange idea of entertainment," and it's meta and it's comedy, and I think it works here because it's not too much, and it's completely unexpected. We've never seen something like that in a Friday the 13th movie before. So yeah, I think the movie works on basically every level. I think if I could have one thing in this movie that's missing is a final girl chase. I think Megan's car is awesome. And I like the song that's playing on the soundtrack as she's in her car with Tommy. But I always like the Jason chase sequence at the end of these movies. So I don't know, the ending of this movie always kind of feels I feel a little bit gypped. But whatever, it's still good.
I do like Megan. I think she's pretty spunky, and she feels like a pretty strong character. I think Tom McLaughlin has said that he did cite screwball comedies, like 30s screwball, like Carol Lombard, like as an inspiration for that, having a very strong and feisty final girl instead of the usual kind of final girls you see in not. I won't say Friday the 13th movies, but by 86, there were a lot of slasher movies, and usually the template of the final girl was similar. This one she feels a little bit more of her own person, and I like that she was the sheriff's daughter. That tension there. I like the interplay between that and her dad and Tommy. I like the world it kind of sets up, and it's nice to see a director kind of expanding it a little bit. It feels like more in line with what Joseph Zito was doing in Part 4.
Yeah.
Kind of making Crystal Lake a bigger universe, but having fun with it and sticking within, of course, the template they set for Friday the 13th movies with kills every few minutes. But, yeah, making his own movie. And I definitely dug it. I had a good time while seeing this in the theater. I saw this as a double feature with Running Scared, the Gregory Hines, and
Billy Crystal.
And Billy Crystal movie, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I think I saw it again with Karate Kid Part 2, because I would just sneak into something after. Any excuse to see Friday the 13th
Yes.
Was a good reason for me. And yeah, Tommy's grown up. He's now Tom Matthews.
Yes.
And what's your take on Tom Matthews as Tommy this time?
Well, I like it. I mean, I liked John Shepard in Part 5. I thought he was really angsty and that was cool. But here, I'm happy to see Tom. I'm happy to see Tommy being played by Tom Shepard, who's very like all American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's very much like an 80s action star. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, all blonde hair and muscles and like 501 jeans.
I know, for somebody who escapes the mental ward, that's what he does, right?
Yeah.
To set Jason free, he looks pretty good. He isn't. Yeah.
He's taking care of himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I like him in this. I mean, he's the action star of the movie, so it seems appropriate to me that they would cast an actor like that to play Tommy.
Sure.
And yeah, I like the showdown. The other thing that I like about this movie is that some of the later movies, the reason why I don't like them so much is that I'm not really a big fan of zombie Jason. I prefer the more human Jason. But in this movie, for the first time, they introduced this sort of metaphysical element to Jason's story. Tommy buys books about having to, how do you get rid of the resurrected dead or something like that? You have to take them back to the place from which they came. Mm-hmm. And of course, Jason is actually a walking zombie throughout the entire movie. And I don't know, for some reason it works here. It doesn't seem too much like in some of the later movies. Right. But yeah, I like that they give Tommy this purpose to ultimately, to destroy Jason for the, forever. I like the way they developed his story.
Yeah, same here. And Nikki and Court. They're fun.
Yes.
I like a lot of the characters and the actors, but I just remember those two being kind of fun. And the RV. Any chance to have an RV or a van in the movie? Why not?
Yeah.
I say. Okay.
So great that scene.
So great, I know. And what a great kill. All right, before we get into Part 7, let's hear an audio clip by Ben Schur, our good pal and co-host of the podcast. Take it away, Ben.
Hi, retro movie lovers. Thank you so much for having me on. I feel like I talk about my favorite Friday the 13th movie incessantly, but I guess I've never actually talked about it on this particular podcast. It is definitely the original by a considerable margin. I love most of the Friday the 13th movies, but the original is just the one that it lives deep inside my heart, and that I've said it before, I could probably watch it just on a loop for the rest of my life and be content. It's really different from the other movies. I feel like Part 2 kind of set not just the narrative structure of the whole franchise, which was, Jason killing a bunch of teenagers who were like partying and having fun and being silly, but also the style. I feel like starting with Part 2, the Friday movies were like a little glossier, and the teens were like a little bit more movie starry and glamorous and well dressed in the trendy 80s fashions. I don't know if that's exactly true, or if it's just that everybody looks really kind of normal and raggedy in the first one because it was made in 1979 and everything was still dirty in 1979, even though the film was released in 1980. But anyway, so for the original, it feels more gritty to me. It feels more real. And actually, Sean Cunningham, I read somewhere, said that he wanted the visual style of Friday the 13th to be more kind of direct cinema verite, documentary-like, which makes sense because, you know, Sean Cunningham's big horror success before Friday the 13th was Last House on the Left. So I think it's kind of interesting sometimes to look for stylistic continuity between those two films, even though they're considered to be of such different periods in the kind of history of the slasher movie. But the weird thing is, even though Friday the 13th does have a kind of documentary-like quality, which I think makes it extra scary, to me it's a very, very scary film. To tell you the truth, I find Friday the 13th to be scarier than the original Halloween. I always have. That might be because the scares are cheaper. I don't know. Maybe it is more of like a kind of thrill ride scare, whereas Halloween is more like a slow burn, get under your skin scare. But I think the scenario in Friday the 13th is absolutely terrifying. I somehow I got off topic, but what I wanted to say was, even though the movie is kind of, it is documentary-like, and that really puts you in the middle of it, it's also a very beautiful film to me. I mean, the Camp Crystal Lake, whatever they used to shoot on it, the location's just stunning, and it's filmed beautifully. And it's a tremendously atmospheric film. I mean, this movie does so much with darkness and shadow and creepy locations. And in that way, it's kind of has a sort of almost like MCA Universal quality. Not MCA Universal horror, Val Lewton quality, more like, actually. And I'm going all over the place here. I'm saying it's like a 70s movie. It's like Last House on the Left. I'm saying it's like a Val Lewton movie, which is the opposite of Last House on the Left. But it kind of does mix those two things. It kind of mixes a documentary-like realism with this sort of expressionistic, shadowy creepiness, where Camp Crystal Lake almost, I mean, I'm reading into this, it's totally not there, but Camp Crystal Lake almost comes to represent the dark corners of Betsy Palmer's mind. And the movie really puts you there. And I was always afraid of sleepaway camp, of the idea of going to sleepaway camp. I was a big mama's boy. I liked my own bed. I liked my own house. I didn't want to be away from the TV or from my videotapes. Like, none of it was acceptable. And actually, I once, my mom insisted that I go on this overnight retreat with my school to Camp Beckett, and I would not go unless she bought me Faye Dunaway's autobiography in hardcover. And even then I resisted it. And the whole time I was there, I was thinking about Friday the 13th at sleepaway camp, and I was like, oh God, I can't go to the bathroom because somebody's gonna like throw a beehive through the window. So it might be, Friday the 13th might scare me extra because the idea of going to sleepaway camp and being in a dirty cabin alone is terrifying to me, aside from, you know, the concerns about, like, Betsy Palmer killing you in a cable knit sweater. So anyway, the movie's really atmospheric. You really feel like you're there. It's really haunting. The first time I saw the movie was in the middle of the night on HBO, and it was like an especially bad, muddy print. All those old Paramount video transfers were terrible. And somebody told me that it's because Paramount, for some reason, only used 16mm film prints to transfer them onto video. And I was like, God, that's why they always looked like shit. So it looked especially muddy and dark and creepy, and like it was just like this scary documentary. And the first time I saw it, I didn't know that Mrs. Voorhees was the killer. So the whole time I was watching it, I thought it was Jason. You know, we just weren't seeing Jason, and I couldn't wait for him to be revealed. So then when Mrs. Voorhees came on the screen, I was like, oh, it's this nice lady. That's comfort. I'm comforted. You know, there's an adult. She's going to take care of Alice. Like, they'll fight Jason together. Awesome. And then when she went all psycho, I was like, wow, this woman is fucking scary, and I wasn't expecting it, and it was very upsetting in a great, great way. I mean, that scene with Betsy Palmer doing the Jack Nicholson Shining in the door, and Allison is hiding in the closet, that's scarier than the scene in The Shining. Betsy Palmer is 1,000,000 times more scary than Jack Nicholson in The Shining, which is one of my favorite movies, but still. And actually, interesting factoid, I heard this from Tony Timpone at Fangoria at a screening of Friday the 13th. The Shining and Friday the 13th both opened on the same Friday. Can you imagine? I mean, that having those two choices? And he said that he took the high road and went to see The Shining, and he was so disappointed. It was so pretentious and boring, and all those things that people who don't like The Shining say, which makes my blood boil. And then the next day at school, everybody was talking about how great Friday the 13th was. So interesting that like they have the same scene with the person coming through the door, except one is just the scariest person who ever lived, Betsy Palmer, who should have gotten an Oscar for this movie, and one is Jack Nicholson, who's wonderful and adorable and scary, but not as scary as Betsy Palmer. So this was a very tangential, all over the place, like Virginia Woolfy, like bad Virginia Woolf analysis of The Shining. But this is what I do when I'm left of The Shining, of Friday the 13th. But this is what I do when I'm left to my own devices. Before I go, I'm just going to talk about a few of my very favorite things about Friday the 13th that I think go underappreciated, although maybe they don't. The Luncheonette. Of course, I'm obsessed with it. I love all the grumpy people. I especially love the woman with the glasses. You just know they go there every morning, or at least every Saturday and Sunday, to have breakfast and gossip about things in that town, which I imagine just being like that one street. And I want to live in that town. I was so excited when the Blu-ray came out because I thought I'd be able to see the names of the paperbacks on the rack behind the lunch, or next to the lunch counter. You could not. I'm still upset about that. I love the song Sail Away Little Sparrow. It's one of my favorite songs ever, and I'm so happy that after years of it not being available, somebody finally like uploaded it onto YouTube, and I can listen to it every day. I totally understand why that's the only song that anybody listens to at Camp Crystal Lake or in the whole Crystal Lake neighborhood, because it's the best song. Janine Basinger is one of my favorite characters as Marcy. She's one of my favorite characters in a horror movie ever. She loves Katharine Hepburn and dirty jokes. That scene where she's in the urinal and she's reading the stupid dirty graffiti, and she's like, come on kids, you could do better than that. I was like, oh my god, you're so like me. Like, you're the counselor and you're supposed to be the authority figure, but really you just want the kids to be bad. And that's what I was like when I was a teacher. I was like, okay, that's the excuse you're going to give me for skipping class? Like come on. work harder, be more clever. So I love her for that. I love her scream. I was at a Friday the 13th screening. I've been to so many screenings of this movie, and there was a Scream contest, best Scream, and you would win the box set if you did it. And I wanted to go and do Marcy's Scream so much, and I'm sure I would have won the box set, but I chickened out, and I actually regret it to this day, even though I bought the box set, so it's okay. What are other favorite moments people don't talk about? Marcy's tear dreams, or her tears of blood, the rain becoming blood and going into little rivers. So creepy. The creepiest scene in the movie. Maybe. The creepiest scene. I mean, all the stuff with Betsy Palmer is the scariest scene. And I think that scene kind of does have its fans, so I'm not totally pointing at a deep cut there, but it's amazing, and she should have gotten the Best Supporting Actress nomination that year for it. So I just love this movie. This is really one of my favorite horror movies of all time, and I always get sad when people say that it's not that good because Jason's not in it or it's too slow or whatever. I just think it's perfect, and I think Sean Cunningham is a great auteur. I love A Stranger Is Watching also. I think that's very underrated, and I think he just needs to be celebrated more for being amazing. For being very talented in his own blood and guts kind of way. So I think I've been talking for 10 minutes about this one movie. I guess I'll let it go now. I could talk probably for 20 minutes more. But Friday the 13th 7 is awesome too. That's probably my second favorite in the series, so big props to that. And I look forward to talking to you all about this franchise. Bye. So I just listened to my last recording about Friday the 13th, and I wasn't happy with it. I have a few extra things to say. First of all, I disagree with my statement that maybe the reason the movie's scarier than Halloween now is because its thrills are cheaper. Because I just don't think that's true. That's what, the horror snobs want me to say about Friday the 13th. It is just really scary, and they're all in the middle of nowhere, and that lends itself to the terror and the increasing dread. And every murder scene is done with such suspense and has such a build-up, and it's so much more than just the gore, which is great, So yeah, this movie needs to be spoken in the same breath as Halloween when horror masterpieces are discussed. I will not demean it anymore. It has been demeaned enough. The other thing, I forgot to name one of my most favorite scenes in the movie, which always gets flack, which is when Alice is making coffee, is making her instant coffee. And we know that there's a killer out there, and the killer could be even watching her in the window because Betsy's such a fucking lurker, which I understand because I like to watch My Neighbors all the time. And Jason and I love how she puts the sugar in with the instant coffee and then puts the hot water over it, which is just a really good way to save time. And I've heard people say, like, oh, that scene is so boring. Like, why is she taking all this time making coffee? Like, first of all, even if she was just making coffee, that would be great. It's like a movie that Jack Smith, the avant-garde filmmaker, would support. I read something once where he said he thought there should be more Hollywood movies about things like Janet Leigh and Tony Curtis making yogurt, and I was like, I totally agree with that. So even if it were boring, even if it weren't contributing to the film's purpose to scare you, it would be a perfect scene. But I think the scene is scary because you don't know when Betsy Palmer's going to jump out at any time. We know that place isn't safe. We know that Brenda could be thrown through the window. I mean, it happens. It's happened. So I think that scene is very scary, and it builds suspense, and it's exactly what people say that Friday the 13th isn't, which is a slow burn, atmospheric, creepy, spooky, dreadful scene that is also an avant-garde masterpiece. That's just that scene. That one Jack Smithian scene. So yeah, I'm really glad that I took the time to make you listen to these extra thoughts that I have, because they're really important.
Wow. I think you completely changed my mind about the coffee scene. Thank you so much, Ben. That was pretty amazing. And now it's time to get into Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood.
Friday, May 13th. It's Jason versus Tina.
Don't go in there!
The match made in hell.
There goes the neighborhood.
Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, rated R. Starts Friday, May 13th at a theater near you.
Okay, Friday the 13th, Part 7. I was disappointed that there wasn't a Friday the 13th movie in 1987.
I know. I remember.
I just like, oh, God, at least, I mean, there wasn't a Halloween movie. There was a Freddy movie in 1987 only because that one ran over schedule and ended up being in February of 1987. And so they took some time off to regroup and to think of what will they do next with Part 7. And I think it ended up being like they had all this time, and then there was a writer's strike or something going on, and they had like a very short pre-production on this movie, and they had a very small window to shoot. So this is what they came up with. They came up with Jason versus Carrie, as we all know. And I'm just gonna say that I don't like Jason in this movie.
Me neither.
It's not my favorite Jason. It's one of my least favorites. I really like just more of the characters than anything else. I think, for me, if it was like a drama or like a teen comedy drama about the characters that come to Crystal Lake, I would have been happy with that, and with no Jason at all.
Honestly, if the whole movie had just been about Melissa, I think I would have been happy with that.
Melissa and Tina's mom's hair.
Yes.
That's all I care about of this movie, really. I like this movie a lot, but for those reasons and because of that. But as a Friday the 13th movie, not as much.
Oh my God, I'm looking at a picture of Amanda Shepherd's hair right now. That is an architectural wonder. I mean, there's
she must have spent countless hours doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like blown back and it's sprayed, and she has a rat tail in the back. Mm-hmm. And I remember when I saw this with my cousin was like, "Cool, mom, she's got a rat tail." But that's quite a hairdo, I have to say.
What draws you to 7?
Well, what draws me to the rat? Well, I love the rat tail, and I love Melissa. I'll say more about Melissa, but what I remember most about Part 7 was, like you said, like there had been this long delay between movies, and it just felt like something was wrong in the world, because there was a Friday the 13th every single year, and at this point I was regularly watching them. Mm-hmm. But right around the time this movie came out, for my birthday, I got tickets to go to the Fangoria Weekend of Horrors in Los Angeles, and it's the one and only convention I've ever been to. But I went, and they were promoting this movie, and I met Larpark Lincoln. And at that time, I was writing for my high school newspaper. I was writing like movie reviews and things like that. And I asked Larpark, so stupid I did this. I thought, wow, how interesting. What high schooler wouldn't love to read an expose on Larpark Lincoln? So I asked her if I could interview her for my school newspaper.
That's awesome.
And to my surprise, she said yes.
What?
Yes, I know. She was super, super sweet. Like, she had her agent send me a full press pack.
Wow.
I know. I thought, this is it. I'm the 10th grade journalist of, it's amazing. She sent me all of this stuff, and then I don't even know how we arranged it, because it's not like there was an internet back then, but somehow I managed to arrange an interview with her over the phone, like 2 weeks after that convention. And I remember we talked forever about filming this movie, and she talked about like the pyrotechnics that were involved, and it was like a really super serious interview. And I don't know, looking back, if she realized this was just for my high school newspaper. It wasn't People magazine, that's for sure. But anyway, she was super, super sweet, and I'll never forget her giving me the interview. I can't remember any of the details of this interview, but I did write that story. So it was pretty cool. But so after all of that, I did go and see the movie after the interview. And I remember sitting in the theater with my friends thinking, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like the Friday the 13th I know. Mm-hmm. And I kept like waiting for some of the more familiar aspects of the movie to show up. But instead, I remember thinking that the movie kind of seemed a bit, I don't know, it seemed like it was sort of replaying things that had already done before. Like, basically the whole setup of this movie, it's basically part 4. I mean, you have like the house with the family, the Shepherds and Dr. Cruz, and then across the way you have the party house with all the kids. It all seemed a bit too familiar, that there wasn't a lot of new stuff that was going on in this movie. So I remember being kind of disappointed. But I have to say, over the years, the movie has grown on me more, and I actually like it more now than I did back then. And, the other thing I remember thinking, I was out in high school. I was never really in the closet. But I remember, like, watching Nick, thinking, okay, that's an interesting choice for, like, the main boyfriend of the movie. And it was so obvious to me, like, in 1988, that he wasn't straight, like he was gay. And it turns out, in fact, not only was he gay, but like almost all of the men in this movie were like gay and out. And not only just the men. I know Susan Blue, who plays Tina's mom, she was out.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And so I just think it's really interesting that this genre, which hadn't been particularly friendly to gay people, I don't know how they got all these openly gay actors to appear in this movie, but I thought that was pretty cool. And I think that's part of the reason why I like the movie more now, actually. So yeah, I like it more, and like I said, I wish that there could be a whole movie with Melissa, because ultimately, I think that's the reason why. I mean, I think it's cool that there were these gay actors, but Melissa lords above all of them with her pearls and her blunt bob. And she's just so much fun. Like, she gives this movie a lot of fun. She's really energetic. And, you know, by comparison, Lar Park Lincoln, I find her kind of like mopey.
She's very mopey, yeah.
She's not really that fun.
It's not blaming Lar Park Lincoln at all. I think it's just the way her character is written to be just sad and upset all the time, and just on that, just on that, just playing that dimension all the time. You start to veer towards other characters, like who are a little bit more dynamic, like Melissa, for example, for sure.
How much fun would it have been if Melissa was the final girl? I mean, like killing Jason with her sass and her pearls.
Now we know, like, in slasher movies these days, everyone's kind of a jerk. Everyone's kind of the bitch. Everyone's even like the final people in modern slasher movies are not very nice people, like people you can't connect to. They're either that, there are those extremes usually. Back then, I think this was the first real bitchy character to come along in the Friday the 13th series.
You're right. They actually gave, I mean, other than Jason, there's another antagonist in the film, which was. Yeah, you're right. That was the first time we'd seen it.
It usually was Jason. This movie, you have Bad News Cruz playing an antagonist of sorts,
right?
And you have Melissa. So so maybe there's a reason why
they're all gagging up on Tina.
Poor Tina, she has no one to turn to, and then she finds out her boyfriend is gay. Like, what? Poor Tina, I guess. Yes, maybe it is. Maybe that was the right way to play it.
Oh my God. The first time I saw this movie, I thought, you know, Nick, he's like, yeah, I used to run around with a real bad crowd. And I had to straighten my life out and go to night school. And I'm like, girl, really? You're wearing shorts and, like, you know, a sleeveless baby tee.
Very tightly fitted clothes for Nick.
I don't know what kind of trouble you were getting into, but
so yeah, I do like those elements of the interplay between, like, Bad News Cruz and the mom and Tina, but yeah, they could have brightened her up just a tad to make it a little more palatable. But yes, going to those other characters, Melissa makes the movie just kind of takes to another level, and interesting. I would like to see that final girl play, how that would play out.
Well, honestly, I find the Carrie Jason showdown kind of I don't know.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, it's not like part 3 or part 4 for me, but I think Melissa would have been a really cool. I could see her taking Jason on.
I wonder if, like, that kind of showdown with, like, you know, John Carl Buechler is a special effects makeup person, and that's why Jason looks the way he does, which to me is overdone, and just kind of takes into another direction. I know they were trying to play it up for not so much realism, but, like, try to incorporate every single, like, hit that Jason had to his body, and because he was in the bottom of a lake, he would have decayed as much as he did. And I don't know, I just like Jason as he is in the previous films, like, kind of like, yes, he has wounds to him, but he doesn't look like basically a skeleton, a hulking mass skeleton like he does in part 7. I think, to me, it's a distraction. It doesn't make him scary. It makes him more like, I just see the effects. And that was 1988 in terms of horror. Like, it was very special effects heavy, like, in everything. There has to be a bunch of makeup and goo and everything, and I like that to some degree, but I also think some of it's like just a distraction. It's just a way to apply things. It's not just, to me, it doesn't add to the horror element in this movie. It doesn't make him scarier. And of course, the MPAA gutting this movie and making it a lot softer in terms of that kind of takes away from the movie, of course. So I just don't care as much about Jason as a killer, which is sad because I did so much in the previous movies.
I know. I know a lot of fans really, really dig Kane Hodder, and I don't know, but I'm with you. I think that was really well put. His hulking body and all of the makeup, it does seem like a distraction to me. I really like the simpler, streamlined Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, we love you, Melissa. We love you, Susan Blue Hair.
We do.
And
yeah. Hey, there was like an internet rumor going around that Jennifer Sullivan, who played Melissa, had passed away from cancer, and then I thought I read something that said that wasn't true.
It wasn't. Yeah, as it turns out, it wasn't true. Some people did investigating, and she she's left that life behind her. I think she might be Christian and religious, and I think that's part of why she left it behind, and she doesn't want to really talk about it too much. She's in the documentary for the movies, and she has a big old cross on her. Which is interesting. That's where Melissa went. It's happened to a few of the actors from these movies. John Shepard, of course, is religious, and but they also kind of embrace it too. Some of them. I don't think she's embracing it currently, but it'd be nice if you go to a convention, she's there, because I definitely would like to talk
we
to
love
Melissa.
You, Susan Jennifer Sullivan.
Yeah, you're alive. We want to talk to you.
Yes.
For some of us, you're one of our favorite parts of Friday the 13th Part 7. So,
hey, I'm really curious to know what the Battle of the Gargantua Throng is about.
Oh yeah,
what is this? Tina seems to be really put off by it. Like she thinks he's a freak for writing this. But I like the title, the Battle of the Gargantua Throng.
This is around the time when they were kind of doing that with the series, like kind of more winks and nods and making characters more of I think at this point they were doing the geek. Someone has to be the geeky character, the movie geek, or the music video geek. As we're getting up, we're coming up.
Oh yes,
I don't mind that. I kind of like that, but and also that scene with her, with Melissa and that character kind of is a standout.
Yeah. I also like Maddie, actually.
Yeah,
By
Maddie.
the way, I love the name Maddie. I mean, it's so like 80s moonlighting,
It is.
But she's sweet, and I like her whole story is that she just gets a makeover and she goes out because she wants to like make out with Eddie or something like that.
Poor choices, Maddie.
But yeah, she's really cute, that one.
She is, and another one in the special features for that documentary. She gets her character gets a makeover, or she makes over someone else. I think it's maybe not Sandra, one of the other characters in the movie.
I forget.
Me. Elizabeth Catane's character, Robin.
Robin, yeah.
They go in real life, and they meet up and they go get a makeover, which is kind of fun to see that all these years later, and then realize all their boyfriends are gay.
Ben, I'm sorry, you're not really with Kate. You're not fooling anybody.
Exactly. Okay, let's move on to our the final chapter of the Paramount series, for the last proper Jason movie.
Do you mean Jason Takes Vancouver?
Jason Takes Vancouver. Here it is.
Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. New York has a new problem. Rated R. Starts Friday, July 28th at theaters everywhere.
I know you're an East Coaster. I'm from Southern California. I haven't spent that much time on the East Coast. I have been to New York. And I don't know. This didn't look like the New York... This doesn't look like the New York I visited. But, I wasn't there in 1989. So maybe this is how New York looked. I have no idea.
Totally legit.
I believe there had been another like long period of time between 7 and 8. Is that right?
I think it was just a year or so.
Was it just a year?
Yeah.
Well, I remember being excited to see Jason again, and I don't know, the whole idea of like Jason taking Manhattan. I thought, oh no, they're going to go in that direction with this. But okay, whatever. It's Jason. I'm on board. You're
literally on board.
I'm literally on board. Yes. I love the poster. It was Jason coming out of the heart. I Heart New York, and I don't know. The preview seemed okay. Like Jason, or no, it was just a camera going through New York subway, and sort of zooming in on the faces of people that presumably Jason was passing by.
I urge you all to watch that spot because it's pretty amazing. The faces of those people who is apparently killing. None of these people are in the movie.
No,
it's like extras that are like being killed, or at least are screaming at the sight of Jason. It's amazing.
Yes,
their faces are amazing.
Yeah, so I mean, just based on all of that, I thought, okay, fine. And I went to go see it, and I instantly hated this movie. And I'm sorry to say, and I know the movie, some of these lists, people are fans of the film. I'm still not a fan of this movie. I don't know. To me, I guess it's kind of like it's the 90210 of Friday the 13th, and I like 90210, but I'm not really on board with Rennie, who I just find so boring. There's nothing about her or her applique sweater vests that like appeal to me really. And I think Jensen Daggard, I think she's, I think she really tried. I don't know. I just don't think it's a great role, but I really like the adult characters. I like Barbara Bingham a lot, and I like Peter Mark Richmond. I think they're probably for me, they're the best parts of this. I like watching them act.
My pal Barbara Bingham on Instagram.
Oh, cool.
You should check her out on Instagram. She has a pretty active Instagram account.
Cool, I'll check her out. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's not my thing. And then, of course, the big disappointment is that more than half of the movie is spent on the ship. So the whole promise of like going to Manhattan with Jason, they lied. We're only there for like 30 minutes. And then when we get there, it's Vancouver, and we're stuck like wandering around the same 3 or 4 back alleys, It's not like we don't even see anything except like Times Square.
Right.
Yeah. Why not? Couldn't we go to Chelsea or the Village or something?
that was of course the original idea, was to go through all these places like Madison Square Garden and all these landmarks of New York City, Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah. Never.
So you're a New Yorker. Are you a fan of Jason Takes Manhattan?
I love the concept, of course. I was like ready for it. Okay, yep. This is my hometown. I'm ready. I'm ready for you, Jason. Come at me. And then it came at me, and it was, of course, the slow cruise from cruise ship from Crystal Lake.
Yes.
Totally legit.
Very slow.
Very slow. And then setting up the characters, none of whom, some of them I liked, but a lot of them, not really. Like, again, the final girl, Jensen Daggett, she not so much the actor, just the character.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't crazy about her look. So, and then the Scott Reeves played her beau. Again, not a big impression there.
No.
I don't know. I just felt like it was a little underwhelming, and then it took so long to get to the cut to the chase. Of course, that just disappointed me. Disappointed a lot of people watching it in 1989. I think word of mouth was that Jason's in this movie. This is a Jason movie, but the New York thing doesn't show up until like towards the end of the movie, and that's why it opened up at number 5. Previously, looking at the box office, almost all these movies opened up at number 1. Part 6 was the exception; it opened up at number 2. It lost to Aliens, as you would in 1986.
Yes.
But it did beat Howard the Duck, which was good. But
I love Howard the Duck.
Part 8 opened up at number 5. Turner and Hooch opened up at number 1 that week. It got beat by Tom Hanks and a dog. It was a big summer. It was like Lethal Weapon 2. It was Batman, When Harry Met Sally, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. There was a big lot going on that summer. I think it was a terrible time to release a Friday the 13th movie in July. I think late August, when kids are ready to go back to school soon, need to see something in the theater just to just to get away from the heat, would have been better, I think, or just May like they've been doing. I don't know. July was a bad time, but it was not a good movie anyway. So
no. Yeah, I think 1989. I mean, the series had been going for a long, long time, and I could see why the producers and why Paramount kept it going, even though Paramount was embarrassed by the series. It was making them tons of money, and that was really the only reason why they kept making these movies. And I can see why they were trying to invest the formula with something new each time. From part 6 forward, or actually from part 5 forward, it kind of changes each time. But honestly, I mean, I remember going to see this thinking, I just want to go back to part 1.
Right.
Had they just stuck with the basic setup, the basic formula of the kids isolated in the woods and there's a final girl, I would be totally good with that. I don't need Jason on a boat, and I don't need, I don't need a girl with telekinetic powers.
Right.
And to be honest with you, I mean, it was that formula, I think, that originally kind of attracted me to these movies. It's just so simple and basic, and it works.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, certainly as the series continues, it gets even further and further away from that.
It does,
yeah, which is kind of a bummer. But I don't know. I mean, I'm a creature of habit. I don't need to have new things in my Friday the 13th.
Exactly. I mean, this is a movie that could have been improved upon easily. They could have not kept cutting the budget and saying, you can't shoot here, you can't shoot there in New York. And this is when you're like, okay, say, all right, if I can't shoot anywhere in New York, I'm not going to make Jason Takes Manhattan, because he's not taking Manhattan. So
no, just Jason on a boat.
Yeah, just this is what we call it. This is Jason's final cruise, or whatever you want to call it. Cruise into terror, or Jason, or Jason Goes Cruising. That could have been a movie. And it would have tied into what was going on at 5. It was some of what was going on at 7. Jason just shows up in New York City and just goes to the west side of Manhattan where the cruising spots were, and just doesn't leave.
Yes, exactly.
There's so many things they could have improved.
Yes,
but they didn't take enough.
Frankly,
meetings.
I don't understand the ending of this movie at all. I don't understand how Jason reverts back to being a boy, and I think he even has hair, right? And haven't they seen Friday the 13th? Jason didn't have hair.
It was weird, yeah. It was some strange things going on with that part of the movie.
I was gonna say a lightning bolt hits the Statue of Liberty. What is this?
The sewers filling up with toxic waste or something. What they were implying, I don't know.
Yeah,
it just didn't make any sense whatsoever. But I think that's because they must have ran out of ideas. I just can't.
It's okay. Just go back to Crystal Lake and let's watch the kids running around the camp. That's all we need to see.
Yeah, that's what they could have done. They could have solved that problem easily, but the director said he did want to take it out of Crystal Lake, and that's what they did, and it just didn't work. But I do enjoy it. Having said all the bad things I said about Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, after revisiting a lot of these movies and the later movies, 9 onward, I will still take Jason Takes Manhattan over what's to come. Because
oh God, yes, yes.
It takes like you said, it keeps trying to change it with each movie, and it just gets progressively worse in the changes. Although I do, we'll get to it.
Do we have to talk about Part 9?
We're going to get to Part 9 very soon and very quickly, because this is where
I'm with you.
I completely lose my shit with the series.
Yeah.
But yeah, revisiting 8, not a great movie, but someone gets their head boxed off. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
And I like the mom. I like when they do finally show up in Times Square. That's cool. The idea of that.
Yeah.
But it's only a couple of scenes of the movie, so you can't just like a movie for a couple of scenes. So
no.
The intent was good. The execution, not so good.
No.
All right, let's move on to my favorite movie ever. Here's the TV spot.
Horror has many faces, but pure evil wears only one. And this is your final chance to see it. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, rated R. Starts Friday, August 13th at a theater near you.
Jason. He went to hell. Why did they make him go to hell? I don't know.
I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense. None of this movie makes any sense to me. I just don't understand this movie at all. I mean, I'm sure it has its fans.
It does.
I'm not one of them. I don't think anything in this movie stands out to me in terms of when I try to think back about what makes this movie work in any way. I'm like, nothing in this movie works. Killing off Jason and making him explode, making it a body switching movie, making it about some sort of supernatural evil that lives inside of him that gets transferred, and you have to find a Jason you have to find a Voorhees family. I can't even. I'm not even going to go into it. It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's a really stupid movie on many levels. It doesn't work as a Jason movie. It doesn't work as a horror movie. I even separated myself away from that. It's a Friday the 13th movie. I just don't. I don't enjoy it. I just don't think it's fun. It's just stupid. There's a lot of bad jokes in it. I mean, I guess the character played by the guy from the X-Files, God, I'm blanking on his character's name. He has some funny bits, I guess, but it does seem like this movie was written by a 12-year-old who kind of like wants to make a lot of jokes instead of a horror movie, and then it gets dull and serious too at the same time, and just not my kind of fun. So
selling Jason burgers.
Jason burgers, yes.
Yeah.
Ugh. That's what I think about this movie.
I know. I'm with you. I'm not a fan. I mean, this is where the series, I think, really takes a turn. I mean, it's no longer a slasher series. I mean, it really becomes more about like Jason's mythology. And they start building up this whole mythology around Jason. And, I don't really want that. Mm-hmm. I don't want to see that Jason has this long-lost sister, although it's nice to see Aaron Gray. And that he has a niece and he's got this extended family. But yeah, the whole movie really becomes about that, the mythology of Jason, and less about the sort of slasher formula that made Friday the 13th so fun. Mm-hmm. And I guess there might have been a good idea there in having, this kind of demon Jason zombie being passed around. And if I could say one thing for this movie, when I was rewatching it, what I noticed was so strange about it, or so interesting rather, is that there is this homoerotic. It's the most homoerotic Friday the 13th movie ever, because it's essentially a movie, in the whole first part of the movie, you have like one guy sort of putting his mouth down against another guy's to transfer this demon Jason. And then in one scene, there's even it's kind of bizarre, this one guy is tied up sort of S&M fashion. And the guy's on top of him, leaning over him, like so Jason goes into his mouth. It becomes this kind of homoerotic Jason movie, basically.
Yeah, why would Jason tie up someone like that?
I don't know.
If that's what's going on. Like, what?
Was Jason gay this whole time? And
Maybe he was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember I went to go see this with my mom. We both walked out like, what was that? That's not a good movie.
Well, I love that you saw this with your mom. That's awesome.
Yes, yeah, my mom. Yeah, shout out to my mom. She went to see lots of slasher and horror films with me. So
I took my younger sister. I think, but I was like, this came out in '93, right?
Yeah.
So I was probably going on 18. It was August, so I was just turning 18, and my sister was 16. So yeah, that was the right age, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't need to see this movie again.
Yeah, that's the way I feel.
I mean, I guess the other thing that's notable about this movie was that it introduces Freddy, because at the end of the film, after Jason's gone to hell, Freddy's glove comes up out of the ground, and it's kind of setting up the audience for Freddy versus Jason, which actually wouldn't come for 10 more years. And I forget there were lots of like legal things going on in the background that made it hard for that movie to actually happen. Mm-hmm. I wasn't asking for that movie. I didn't really need to wait for that to happen, but we got it.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, I know there are people who were waiting for Freddy versus Jason. I was never that person. Yes. We'll talk about that quickly because we're not going to get into too much with those movies coming up. But yeah, I'm like, okay, his glove takes his mask down. Okay, great. That's what they're doing next. Yay! But instead, we waited 9 years and we got this one. Here it is.
On April 26th.
He is an unstoppable killing machine.
What the hell is going on?
Jason Voorhees!
Guys, it's okay. He just wanted his machete back. Uh-oh.
He's been modified. Oh, you think? You guys might want to run.
Jason X.
I don't think he's out there.
Why don't you stick your head out and have a peek?
Rated R. Starts Friday, April 26th.
I guess, rewatching these later movies, Jason X was probably the most surprising, and because I discovered that I actually liked it. I remember seeing this and not really having an opinion about it either way. I knew it wasn't going to be a straightforward Friday the 13th. And I don't know. I didn't really remember too many specifics. What I remembered most about Jason X, actually, was that it was an early example of internet marketing for movies. Because I remember when this movie came out, you could go to the Jason X site and you could download like Jason e-cards and send them to your friends, which was really cool back then. The only other time I remember before this, there had been the Blair Witch Project website, but internet marketing for movies was still kind of like in its infancy. So that was cool. But the movie, watching it again, it's really campy. It's really it's fun. I mean, it's like the Terminator basically meets Jason. And by far, this is my favorite Kane Hodder movie. I feel like Kane Hodder really works as Jason here. Mm-hmm. The costume looks good. And yeah, like I said, I just think it might be the most straightforward, fun Jason since like maybe part 3. I don't know. It's funny, the anachronisms in this movie. I mean, apparently in the future, we're all going to dress like Spice Girls, kind of, and have like Friends haircuts, like the Rachel.
It's true.
And there's lots of bad like VR, bad virtual reality. In a way, this movie, it's kind of like a cheesy Sci-Fi Channel movie. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I think it works to its benefit, and overall, I like it. What do you think of Jason X?
That's kind of how I feel about it. If I don't take it too seriously, this is where like, okay, they're trying to change it up a bit, where it's okay. right, you're trying to change it up. You do something Jason in space. That idea can obviously go really wrong, and and it has with like Hellraiser in space or Leprechaun in space.
Oh God!
But I guess, like you said, campy, yeah, campy.
It's camp, right?
It's camp.
Yeah.
It's enjoy it on that level. Don't take it too seriously. It's totally fine for that. It's stupid, but so was the previous movie. But at least it's stupid and watchable, not stupid and unwatchable.
Yes.
that alone wins me over. It's watchable. It becomes an action movie, and why not take it in that direction just for this little detour? And then I know they were biding their time. They were working on their Freddy versus Jason movie, so they had to come up with something, and they came up with this, and it's fun for what it is. You know, it's not. I don't go back to it that often. I go back to it once in a while, not as often as the other sequels, but I like that there's a robot, and I like that she battles Jason. Why not?
Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah,
right, yeah. Why not?
That's a fun, and there's some fun kills. Like someone gets her face smashed after being in. It gets frozen and smashed. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and the sleeping bag kill is cool.
Sleeping bag kill is cool. There's some bad CGI, but there's some bad CGI coming up in the next one, which there's no excuse for. So.
You know what's interesting about this movie is that, I mean, the era that it came out in, that was kind of the era of torture porn, like Saw and Hostel, I think, those kinds of movies. And I remember, I'm not really a big fan of torture porn, and I remember, seeing this, and it felt like a breath of fresh air back then.
Right, it felt like, okay, yeah, fun, silly slasher time waster in a movie theater, and that's exactly what you want once in a while, and that's what we're missing kind of now. I mean, we're getting some interesting horror movies, of course, but we do want these silly slasher time wasters as well. Yeah. So hopefully they can get back on track with that, with Jason 11 or whatever they're going to call it, because they made this one next. Here is the TV spot.
Born with a dark curse, forged from undying hate, he became the ultimate killer. Now that killer has met his match. Welcome to my nightmare. Freddy vs. Jason, rated R.
Freddy vs. Jason. I'm not going to go on about this because I wasn't one of those people who asked for Freddy vs. Jason. I didn't see the point. I like Freddy. I like Jason. I don't know about having their paths cross makes any sense whatsoever. They come from two different worlds. I guess.
Boy, that's a convoluted story.
It's a really convoluted story. Like
how they got together.
I had it on the background while this podcast was going, and it doesn't look good at all. It looks very blue. It looks like, I don't know what's going on with the visuals, and the CGI is terrible. It was a big hit when it came out because that's what people were clamoring for. And totally fine, get it. But I just don't like it. It's like a bad Freddy movie. It's not a good Jason movie. It's like becomes a battle between the two, a pointless battle of two icons. I guess that throughout history there have been these kinds of movies, like with the classic Universal movies and so on. But I just don't want to see them battle each other. I just want to see a proper sequel where they're doing what they're doing to an innocent group of whoever. I don't like the young people in this movie. I think they're a mashup of like what was popular at the time. There's like a Jason Mewes character, a pothead character. There's a final girl who's like fun in the documentary for the movie, but I don't think
you're right.
I don't think she's very good in the movie.
I'm with you. Yeah, you're right.
I just think it was just a really poorly written movie that had many drafts. Many screenwriters tackled this project, and it feels like a lot of people had ideas. They threw them together, and it doesn't feel like a cohesive movie. I don't think it's well directed.
Well, isn't it that the director had never actually seen a Friday the 13th movie?
No, it was Ronnie Yu who had made Bride with White Hair, and then he did Bride with Chucky, which was a fun movie, a much more fun movie. That because that had the original writer doing the screenplay. Here it has like a bunch of randoms doing the screenplay and a bunch of drafts that they went through and rewrites and reshoots and all that stuff that comes with making bad studio movies. And I don't know, it just doesn't work. It doesn't seem like no one gets the idea of what makes Friday the 13th work, and then mixing it with Nightmare on Elm Street just doesn't mix well with me, and I just kind of hate it. I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say that you haven't already said, except that I get it too. I get that, it was, what year was this? Was it 2003?
3, yeah.
I forget. Yeah. There hadn't been a Jason or Freddy movie for a while. People were really excited, and what I noticed too is that it was kind of like Jason and Freddy for the millennial generation. The kids are very much of their time. But yeah, I don't know. When I watch it, they don't really seem as much fun as like, Ned and Marcy and, the earlier kids. There's nothing, they don't really stand out to me. But I wondered if maybe that's not because I'm older, and also like I've lived with Ned and Marcy my entire life. Like, I've always known who Ned and Marcy are. So they've had more time to like live in my brain. But I don't think that's it. I just think this movie, it's a bit bland, actually. I don't know. It's
just ugly to look at and not a whole lot of fun.
Yeah,
I don't know. Just not for me. It's just like looking at the movies, and then there's a big jump in terms of quality to me. Like there wasn't as much care to what makes those movies work here. They were just trying to throw things at you. And,
I was a little surprised they didn't make more of these though, because it was a huge hit. Actually.
It was a big hit.
Yeah.
And the next one was a big hit as well. Here is the TV spot.
I'm not from around here, but I'm looking for my sister. She's gone missing. You know how many thousands of people disappear every year?
I hope you find her.
There's no evidence that anything happened in Crystal Lake.
Hello?
Who was it?
Friday the 13th, rated R, starts Friday, February 13th.
And this is, I guess, not technically a sequel, but it's a reboot. And
okay, I'll take this one.
Yeah, take it, please.
I have a feeling that I don't hate it as much as you. This was that time when they were like Platinum Dunes was remaking all of these classic films, and some of them were better than others. Obviously, a lot of the remakes, like I loved. I don't know. Did you see that remake of I Spit on Your Grave?
I did see that. I just don't remember it for some reason. I'm trying. I know. I keep mixing that with Last House on the Left remake. I'm like.
Oh yeah. There were some that were really, really good, I thought, and then there were some that weren't so great. Rob Zombie, Halloween, this one, it's kind of in the middle for me. I mean, I'd say I really, really love the first 20 minutes of this movie. I love that first group of kids who go out to into the forest, and they're looking for like weed. There's apparently marijuana out there. And that whole like first 20 minutes for me, I mean, it's super intense. And there's the scene where the girl's in the sleeping bag and she's hanging over above the fire. Like nothing quite that brutal I'd never seen anything that brutal in a Friday the 13th movie. Mm-hmm. And I thought it was all pretty effective. But then in the second half, I don't know. I didn't really connect with the characters so much. I don't have a problem with this Jason. In fact, I kind of like that they make Jason go all like Viet Cong commando with his underground layer of tunnels and stuff. I thought that was a really cool addition to his story. But I don't know. It's missing something. I don't know what it is exactly about this group of kids that doesn't appeal to me, but it's just not there.
Yeah.
But do you like hate this movie?
I don't hate it. I don't hate. I hated a lot of the remakes of that time period, but I don't hate it's like the Fog and
yes.
Oh my God, there's so many of them. Nightmare on Elm Street. That was terrible.
Yeah. I hated every frame of film of that movie.
Actually, liked this when I saw it in theaters. I think mostly because like that first part of it, I thought was pretty effective.
Yeah.
And then I liked same reason. I liked that they tried to make Jason. They did a little something different with it. But I also thought they just kind of, I don't know. They made characters I didn't care for. Like I didn't care that there was somebody like being kidnapped throughout the whole movie. And
yes,
like
Whitney.
what is that?
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Why was he kidnapping her? Like, and then the movie like mishandles that too. Like, they're implying that he kidnaps her because she looks like his mom and she has the locket. But then when I watched the movie, like in the editing of the movie, like he hadn't seen the locket.
No.
So what? So why did he kidnap her again? It didn't make any sense. Like a lot of things in the movie for me didn't make any sense. Like I just didn't care about the group of very obnoxious teenagers or whoever they were, and I don't know. I just didn't want. I just. Okay, they're gonna get killed off. That's what you're here for, but I didn't want to spend time with them. And I didn't think the movie was very particularly inventive with the kills. I felt like they missed the boat with that too. It didn't. In tone, it felt more like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie.
You're right.
Which I thought was weird for Friday the 13th. It didn't feel like that proper Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah, it's also missing Harry Manfredini's score. I mean, it has different music. You're right. It doesn't really feel like a Friday the 13th.
It feels like that's what they were trying to do in the credits, the really rushed opening credits to film the story really quickly, and then so they can move on and do something different, which is fine, but they didn't properly set it up, and they didn't really give that time to really for you to really care about anyone because they killed off those. It's a mess for me. I like that. I like that they killed them off, but then I don't because they don't really set up anyone that I like. So it's like,
I don't care about Whitney or her brother.
Yeah, like the brother character, obviously a callback to part 4, where the guy's looking for his sister, and I don't know. It's like I like that they call back to those movies. But none of this movie really feels like a proper Jason movie. There's characters like the hillbilly character, who's like, what is he doing? I don't even know what he's doing there. Like, and he's
it's kind of like Maniac style. I mean, he has this this mannequin that apparently he's sleeping with.
There's like this attic full of all this stuff that's there. Why is it there? I don't know why all the locals of Crystal Lake look like they're in an Amityville. Not an Amityville, a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
The movie was filmed in Texas, so it has that Texas vibe to it. They didn't make any effort to make it even feel like a Friday the 13th movie, which was weird to me, and I can't get behind this one at all.
No. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I really hope that if they make another one, and although it doesn't sound like we're going to get a new one for a long time, but I really would just like to see them go back to the basics, you know. I think the Jason and Snow idea would be cool. I don't care. I'm good with anything. As long as it's not like super gimmicky and it sort of sticks with the basic formula, I'm totally easy.
They could make it multi-seasonal. It could start off in the winter, then it becomes spring and summer.
Yes, Jason in spring. How lovely. It's Easter.
He's enjoying the reprieve of weather. Oh, finally I can relax.
So funny.
I finally can go fishing again.
Yeah. They were also talking about making a Crystal Lake TV show. I don't know what's going on with that, but
I think from what I hear, the Victor Miller is suing Sean Cunningham because he was basically screwed out of rights for the Jason, because he created the Jason character, and this is Voorhees' character, and all these years he hasn't been paid for all the franchise rights, and that's what he's suing for. So that's holding it up in court of why they can't do a sequel. I think they're trying to go around it. Like, I think there might be rights outside of the U.S., which means they would probably have to shoot it outside of the U.S., which hasn't stopped the series before.
Jason comes to France. That would be awesome.
I'm sure it'll be like Jason shot in Vancouver again. So
Vancouver dressed like Paris. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I know their big idea is to do one for the 2020, for the 40th anniversary. And good luck, you know.
Yeah, seriously.
Good luck.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think going back, looking at 9, 10, Freddy versus Jason, and they just screwed it up big time. But
they
screwed up the Nightmare on Elm Street series. They screwed up, well, not so much the Nightmare on Elm Street series. They definitely screwed up the Halloween series by adding that mythology.
Yeah.
So that's probably what they did wrong here too. They just try to add things where there didn't need to be things.
No, I like Jason with a little mystery. I don't need to know all this other stuff.
Right. Well, we'll see how it goes with Halloween and the new improved version. Who knows?
God, how excited are you? I'm so excited.
Jamie Lee being back is very exciting, but I'm still good. I'm going in with some pessimism. I just want it to be a good film, and I know Jamie Lee's behind it, so she seems hopeful. So we'll see. You never know, though. Editing and reshoots that screws up everything, and there were reshoots in this one. And I think Blumhouse is also courting, the Friday the 13th franchise. So we'll see what happens. See how it all plays out. But in the meantime, we have all these films for us to enjoy. For me, 1 through 8, I'll go back to all those over and over again, and I'll enjoy them for eternity.
We both will.
Let's finish off these lists before we say goodbye to you guys. What are we up to? Okay, Dave Felter, Part 3 in 3D. John J. Wood 71 on Instagram. Cross between 2 and 3. Ginny is badass even when she pisses herself. Chris ultimately goes cuckoo and screams a lot, but boy does she have to escape a lot of Jason multiple times. So 2 with a 3 close second. I love Paul's feet in Part 1. Haha. Okay. Camera Viscera. My pal, Dr. Jose. Gotta go with Final Chapter, but I'm generally curious to hear what Hugh Jackman has to say. Now, this is because on Instagram I posted what's your favorite Friday the 13th movie, and I tagged a few people, including Hugh Jackman.
Did he get back to you?
No.
What is Hugh Jackman's favorite Friday the 13th?
I want to know, because...
Me too.
There's this thing where Hugh Jackman was apparently a fan of those movies, and he wanted to get into acting so he could play Jason or be in a Jason movie.
Wow!
So Hugh Jackman, if you're out there, let us know.
We want you as Jason, Hugh Jackman.
Yes, or just Jason versus Jackman.
Yes.
You're an action hero. You could do it. Andrew Rooney drums, the original. NYG for Life 36, Part 4. Kinder Trauma wrote in. 2 and 4 tie for me, but I have a real soft spot for 7. Thank you, Kinder Trauma. Pat S. Dez. DSEZ. Ginny rules, no question, but top to bottom, it's Jason Lives for me. Also, X is more fun than it has any right to be. Waza 1013. Jason Lives. I named my son after C.J. Graham and Alice Cooper. My son has the initial C.J. and his name is Cooper. Don't judge me. We won't. It's actually kind of cool. I love that he's named after Alice Cooper and C.J.
So great.
Jason Lives forever. Uncle Phil 2K. They're all great, really. It's hard to put one over the others. Part 3 stands out for me because it had the best final survivor character. However, I have an insane amount of love and appreciation for the underappreciated masterpiece that is Jason X. I still want more Uber Jason movies. Black Flame did a few books. I'm still bummed they went out of business. But I still want more. Maybe they went out of business because Jason X is not so loved, but we enjoyed it. I mean,
yes,
for what it is.
I wouldn't mind seeing Jason X sequels either. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And we want alternate movies. We make them up in our heads all the time.
Yes.
Certainly part 2, part 3. I have alternate movies in my head. And I will continue to watch those movies in my head and watch them, especially if they're under the Paramount logo, because those are my favorite.
The Waitresses of Crystal Lake.
Yes, coming soon. Speaking of waitresses, I love Erin Gray. Another reason to hate 9, how dare they make her dowdy in that movie?
I know.
She could have been a sexy waitress. Come on. She's Erin Gray.
Yeah. She was up there with Lana.
Yeah, totally. But would die to see that movie, and
Missed
a lot of these characters live. How about that movie that they were talking about? I think a few people have mentioned it. The first person I actually heard talk about this movie is my pal Justin over the Hysteria Lives, how he wanted all the survivors from the Jason movies to square off against Jason in a movie.
I love that idea. I think that would be so much fun. Really, I think it would be great.
That would be the ultimate Friday.
Yeah.
Just
no
women
kidding.
and Friday. We don't even need the guys. Just women fighting Jason. The guys could be
I think
incidental.
I'd like to see just like one scene of Tommy somewhere.
Yeah, Tommy could be
he
there
doesn't.
somewhere.
He doesn't have to be involved with the women, but just like, I don't know, he could be at the gym or something like that.
Would he be played by Corey Feldman, John Shepard, or Tom Matthews? I don't know.
I don't know. Is there a way to have all three of them together? Some sort of like surreal montage of faces.
That would be kind of cool. Or they just play each other, or play the same character in different sections of the movie.
Or maybe they could go like Aliens 4 and clone Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
There could be different versions of Tommy.
Mm-hmm. And and hot dudes. That would be our perfect Friday the 13th movie.
The hot dudes of Crystal Lake.
Pin-up calendar. All right. That was fun.
So much fun.
We'll be
Loved
back. We'll do another podcast together. I'm sure we can cook up something else.
I'd love to.
You could reach out to me on Instagram, Cinema de Meep, Retro Movie Love, and Cinema de Meep have Facebook pages. I post on there from time to time. A lot more on Instagram. You can message me there on either three of those places. Meep email. I think there's an email somewhere. retromovielove@gmail.com. Don't call me. I'll call you. But you can always reach out and touch us some way, any way you want. But also, iTunes. Rate us on iTunes, reviews on iTunes. That would be awesome because it gets seen by more people. And also that Patreon account. If you're feeling generous, please reach us. $1, it's fine. Anything you want. Jason will return, not on this podcast because I think we were done with Jason for a while, but we will talk about some more horror things in the future and whatever else comes our way. Thank you so much for being here with me, Daniel. It was a lot of fun.
So fun. Thanks for asking me.
All right, and have a good day, and ciao for now.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't care.
IG the Reckless. No spider would scare me.
It says you're a dead fuck. What? A dead fuck? A lousy lay. You know? A dead. Oh, I see. Oh, don't hold it back from me, Doc. I can take it. Give it to me straight. I did not say it. The computer did. Yeah, well, there is no computer. Aha. And there's no Betty either. And I'm a dead fuck. Like I said, the computer don't lie. God, I'm horny.